Welcome and good morning, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is day number 2 of the Vintage Races at the Glen with special guests Alfas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, as well as the 2025 Can-Am Challenge presented by the BMW Car Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, hopefully from a technical standpoint, things go more smoothly today. But I'll tell you, it has been such a gorgeous weekend here at Watkins Glen. Just nice, cool, crisp fall weather here at the Glen.
Yeah, this is perfect, right? You wake up in the morning, got to put a long sleeve shirt on or jacket on or whatever, and by the time you get to about 10:30, 11 o'clock, you start to take that off because it's starting to get a little bit warmer. So this is fantastic weather. I don't think you see a little bit of clouds, but they're kind of those high clouds, so nothing to be worried about here. The temperature's just perfect. I think we're going to see some really good speeds as we have seen already. Again, we're switching courses here, so I think the speeds we're going to see, and the times we're going to see are definitely going to come down tremendously as the day goes on and the morning goes on.
All right, indeed, Brian. And so as our first race group of the day, which is the BMW Car Club of America, and actually not Group 2, but group number 1. Let's see if I can get that changed up. There we go. As it's going to be about 5 minutes before they head on course. Let's take a look at the course our racers are going to be racing today. Yesterday, it was the long course, about around 3.4 miles, which included the boot section of the racetrack. But as you said this morning, Brian, we're taking our shoes off today.
We're taking our boots off here, right?
That's right.
So we're going to take our boots off. We're going to run the NASCAR circuit here. So we're going to go still have kind of the number of turns, but we're going to cut that boot off, right? So we're going to come straight once we get to the outer loop. We're going to cut straight through there until we get back down into turn number 10. So.
Yeah, exactly. Taking that short chute that the NASCAR boys take. And the first thing, Brian, is we were watching lap times come in during practice and qualifying. We go, wait, how are these guys completing a lap so fast? Well, because they knocked a mile of the course out.
I was going to say, we went from 2 minutes and 20 seconds down to 1 minute 30 seconds. So that just goes to show you that boot is about 50 seconds to get there from the start of the boot all the way to the end. So,
and it removes a lot of the elevation change here, Watkins. There is still a lot of elevation change. You can see here, Brian, for example, whereas we look at the S's coming out of turn 2 onto the back straight. Huge rise, and then you do drop back down as you go through the outer loop section, which is right after the iconic, well, we call it iconic, the now iconic, being added to the track back in 1992, the bus stop or inner loop here, and then you can see where the track will start to fall away. Hopefully a little bit later today we'll have an outer loop camera up and running as well, but you can see even from this shot here, Brian, where the track starts to fall away. All right, before our racers head on track, let's do this. Let's take a look at the schedule, let everybody know what we have coming up on track here today. And there have been some changes, Brian, due to how late in the day we were running yesterday. We're going to start things off this morning with the first of 2 BMW Club of America races. But then you see there where there are 2 races listed there in the morning, and there's actually we're gonna do a little. It's interesting, Brian. We've gotten rid of the boot, but we still need a shoehorn.
I was going to say, I was just getting ready to say the exact same thing. We got to fit one more in there. That's the one that we did not get to yesterday.
Exactly. And so at 10:30 this morning, rather than our small bore Formula V's and pre-1960s racers, we're going to have our Trans Am U2 and Tin Top race. That's VRG Race Group number 5. So they're going to race this morning, as well as at the end of the day this afternoon. Then we'll continue on with the schedule that we have here. We'll then go to the VRG small bore race and then the VRG mid bore race before we break for lunch. And the plan is still to break for lunch right around noon, and then that afternoon schedule that we have listed, with the exception, I think we might actually we might finish the day a little bit earlier than what that schedule says, but at least the order, the layout of the races is the same there. As again, they've made some schedule changes here today.
Well, I've got fingers and toes crossed, so.
Very good. And again, I want to thank everybody who is rejoining us here today. We do recognize that we had some technical issues yesterday. We think we have them, with the exception of our one cameraman who decided to maybe.
He's on a union break right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So
took an early break this morning. But otherwise, I think we've all got all of our other technical issues worked out.
Well, we didn't sleep last night, right? We just stayed up here and just figured it out. Right? That's really what it is.
For all of you in the paddock, we were here till about 9 p.m. last night working out technical issues. So there you go. All right, Brian, we've got word that our racers from the BMW CCA BMW Car Club of America, the first race group, is going to be heading on track now. Matter of fact, we can see them. Let me see if I can pick up. There they are. We can see them, Brian, as they're all leaving the grid now and heading out on track behind the pace car. And much like we had for this group yesterday, we are going to have a split start with all the classes that you see listed there at the bottom of your screen, with the exception of Spec E46 in this first group leaving. We'll then have a second pace car, which will pick up all of our Spec E46 drivers.
Yep. Tell you what, let me go ahead and let's run down the top 10 from each of those groups. Now, watching as they're going out here, there are some cars that are not out on the track, and we'll pick them up as they cross the start-finish line once we get going. But I can tell you right now, there's two right there that are not out there going out. So starting on the pole here in the number 85 is going to be Sean Dwyer. Mike DeLucci is going to start second in that number 82. Greg Maselli looks like he's going to roll off third in that number 828. Then it could be that it looks like John Lucas in the 210 is going to start off fifth. Looks like sixth going to be James B. in that number 758. 376 of Tim Ripley is going to roll off seventh. Eighth looks like it's going to be Mark Tomas in that 67 machine. And then rolling out after that is going to be, I think that is going to be Mira McMullen in the 323. Let's get back a little bit. I know they haven't rolled out yet, but we'll start talking about our Spec E46s here, Greg. Looks like Jesse Clark's going to roll off the pole there in that number 77, with Ben Hostetler starting in that 296. Saw both of them out there this morning kind of working together. Again, yesterday, Greg, I believe we did set a track record with Ben Hostetler in that 296. Ona Kara is going to run off and start third there in the number 290, with Patrick Harris scheduled to start in that 270, in that number 277. Looks like he's going to start fourth. Robert McInerney is going to start fifth in that 02, with Joe Funch in the 17, going to start off sixth. Seventh looks like it's going to be Greg Hartman in that 745 with the 080 of David Pan. Good run yesterday for David on a couple of these. Amy Josephberg is going to start off, I believe, in the eighth position there, with Francis Lippincott going to start off in the ninth position. And we'll get through some of the other ones, Greg. But, we saw some really good racing here yesterday with this when we did the long course. Ona Kara really running up front in that afternoon race that we saw. Had some challenges in the morning race with David Pan. Remember, we saw them going almost three wide, a little bit further back. Again, talked about Ben Hostetler setting that track record yesterday on the long course. Let's see what we got going on today with this. Sean Dwyer, pretty dominant yesterday. Mike DeLucci up there as well with Greg Maselli. Andrew Palumbo doesn't look like he's going to make the start here in that number 24. I know that when we were up here yesterday with Scott Sterling, they had some challenges, some issues as our group now is coming out of turn number 10, getting ready to head down to turn number 11 to take that green flag. But it looks like they've called it a weekend early.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And Scott said that he might be up here if they were able to get that car repaired and get it on track. Unfortunately, not able to get that done as our first group comes through the final corner. They'll be coming onto the front straight. Our starter looking over the field as we can hear the engine starting to rev up, Brian. And there you go. Green flag is in the air. And our racers are coming down the front straight. And like Scott mentioned yesterday, starter has been great this weekend in mixing up early green flags, late green flags. to really keep the pole sitter and the rest of the run group on their toes.
Yeah, I tell you what, Mike DeLucci got a great run and really anticipated when that green flag was going to come out as he jumps to the lead over Dwyer. Again, we talked about it. Sean Dwyer, pretty dominant here yesterday, all day long on the long course. Let's see what he's got for the short course as our second group starts to come out of turn number 10, Greg. But I tell you what, Sean Dwyer, Mike DeLucci starting to pull away a little bit from Greg Maselli and John Lucas in that 210 machine.
Yeah, we see there as they come along the back straight. We'll catch them going into the bus stop, and then we'll switch over to our E46 group for their start as they are now coming into turn 11 and onto the front straight for their start of this feature race here at Watkins Glen International. Starter's going to look over the field, and there you go, Brian. Green flag in the air for the Spec E46s, and they are now on their way, heading down towards turn 1.
Tell you what, two drivers that went at it nose to tail pretty much the entire day yesterday, both in the morning race and in the afternoon race. That was Jesse Clark in that 77, along with Ben Haustetler in that 296. And right now, it looks like Jesse Clark's going to jump out a little bit ahead of Ben Haustetler as our opening group goes by the start-finish line as they go through turn 1 and head up the hill towards the S's. They're really starting to pull away from that 290 of Onakara and Patrick Harris in that 277, Greg. So again, already starting to go through, and I don't believe Onakara is there as I look at time and scoring right now. So move Patrick Harris in third, Greg Hartman in fourth, but they've dropped back by about 7 or 8 car lengths right now, heading through the inner loop in the bus stop right now.
Yeah, and it is 2 by 2. Brian, and although that second pack now starting to close up a little bit on the the E46 as they're now making their way through the outer loop and onto this short chute as we watch these BMWs take that NASCAR line using all of that runoff ground. You know, again, I think the stewards had been talking to the racers both in Vintage Racer Group and also BMW CCA about really adhering to the curbing that you see here, the yellow, blue, and red curbing in order to keep from using all of that extra runoff room on the outside as our E46 racers now come out of the final corner across the line for them completing their first lap.
Yeah, tell you what, Greg, as they run down the front stretch, tell you what, I'm getting a call over the radio that I believe, and we'll have to keep an eye on this, whether or not Mike DeLucci, whether or not he came through the bus stop cleanly.
Okay.
Or did he miss the entry and went through it? Don't believe that he made that stop, and I do believe that if you miss that, you have to make that stop.
Those are the house rules here. If you do miss the entry to the bus stop, you must come to a full stop and essentially wait for an opening to rejoin at the exit. As we've got our leaders in E46 now, Brian, door to door going into said inner loop where the bus stop chicane. They both get a little loose and they swap positions coming out.
Yeah, so move Ben Haustetler up in the front for in that Spec E46 over Jesse Clark. And I tell you what, Greg, even this morning's practice, they were nose to tail.
Yeah.
So I really hope they're paddocking next to each other, which I do believe they are, because that means they have spent this entire weekend that much closer together.
All right, and a little bit further back in the field, I think that was Myrrell McMullen and Mark Tomase there side by side, door to door, coming out of the inner loop, or probably the outer loop, going down the short chute towards turn 10, as the E46 racers are now completing lap number 2. Should we head over back to our first group, Brian?
Yeah, let's see if we can't find them. They're probably just now coming through. That may be them right there.
That is. Yeah, absolutely.
Coming out of the outer loop down the little short chute there before they get down into turn number 10. We'll keep an eye on Sean Dwyer right now. I know he's opened up by about 2.5 seconds, but again, the call, and I may have missed the exact call, but I think that Mike DeLucci may have had a problem, as it does look like that starting about. That's actually the back end of the. Well, actually, I am not seeing DeLucci go through.
Right.
I didn't see him, but it's still showing him there. So
yeah, that was the 828 machine that we just caught. So we may be a couple cars behind here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. They just went by the start-finish line, so we're all the way down into Mark Tomas right now. So again, we'll pick them up there. There's the 210. That red one there. That's John Lucas right now, technically sitting in that 6th position. James B in that 758. That's in 5th. Keith Primazek is in the 072, a little bit further in that white machine, I believe. So we'll keep an eye on them when they come back around. But, again, here comes our Spec E46. Hosteller opening up just a little bit more over Clark. Now move Patrick Harris up into third, and it looks like Robert McInerney, who moved up, has now fallen way back, Greg. So there goes our overall leader. Okay, so here we go. Sean Dwyer now is just now going into turn number 1. Mike DeLucci still there, about 1.3 seconds. They're coming up on the back half of our Spec E46 group. So they're down through turn number 1, headed up through turn number 2 right now. So there they are, mixed in with that group right there.
And interesting watching the PWR3 class, Brian, which is made up, I believe, almost exclusively of E36. We do have a combination of E36 M3s and also E46 is the newer chassis. But the majority of the cars at the front, with the exception of Sean Dwyer, are all E36 chassis. So all those early 90s chassis versus the early 2000s not boxes, but chassis.
Yeah. Keep an eye on this group right here coming out. We'll try to pick up what these numbers are. These two right here have been kind of going nose to tail too wide as they came out of the outer loop right there. They get tucked back in single file, but when they come back by, we'll pick up those numbers and see where they are. But they were kind of too wide pretty much through the bus stop there and then back a little bit further all the way through. And it seems like it's opening up now. And that actually is 745 with let's see who was in front of him, because our leader's getting ready to come up on them now.
Turner Hilliard, pardon me, in the 126, and then Greg Hartman in the 745, both racing in Spec E46. And Hartman, it just looked like he overbraked, Brian, going into 10, which is one of the higher speed corners here. It's actually got more camber than a lot of the other corners on the track, and he ended up backing off like almost 2.5, 3 car lengths just going into turn 10.
Yeah, well, he's got the overall leader, Sean Dwyer, there right behind him when they came out of turn number 11 a little bit. So he was kind of directly behind them earlier on as well. So giving him some room as the overall race leader, and I think you're right, Greg. I think he tried to back that corner up, not to fight with, Turner Hilliard in that 126, not to hold up Sean Dwyer. But that seems like that is gone by the wayside. Sean Dwyer has now gone by both of those cars, so should open up a little bit more. So that fight probably and hopefully should continue.
All right, let's move forward a little bit, Brian, to another good fight going on here. We'll get the numbers for you in just a moment here as they go into turn 10. Also, nose to tail, working lap number 6, and again, dropping off just a little bit, coming out of the final corners. And I believe that is taking a look. Actually, I think that was that was Mike DeLutri as he came through in PWR3.
Yeah. Like I said, we're our Dwyer, DeLutri, and even Maselli now, or Keith Primazek, or Maselli and Primazek now. They're starting to come back in the back end of the Spec E46 group. So they're starting to hit some traffic. So where we're seeing some of these battles, it is tending to be where they're overtaking those.
They're putting those cars essentially a lap down. They started half a lap back. And as we see here today, Brian, with a 1 mile shorter course than we ran yesterday with the boot, our PWR drivers, PWR2, PWR3, they're coming up on the the back of the Spec E46 field very, very quickly today. As we saw it in about 5 laps, 6 laps, whereas yesterday it was taking about 8 or 9.
Right. Yep. Tell you what, Greg, with just about 7 minutes left to go, why don't we go ahead and make that call to the grid? That'll be for our U2 and our tin top cars for their, actually this will be their 4th race, the makeup race from yesterday.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. VRG Group 5, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. VRG Group 5, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, so we're getting, actually we're getting word now, Greg, that it looks like we may be getting a black flag here for the 77, and that may be the Jesse Clark.
The Clark machine,
Yeah, maybe
that,
the Clark machine. So I'm not sure because he was definitely battling with our Ben Hostetler.
And Brian, for those of you that are at home, black flag essentially means he needs to report to the pits. His race is essentially done.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out and figure out why that is. Something most definitely happened. So we'll check and see. But looking here, I don't know if Jesse Clark is a gray-colored car. That's a white-colored car. So we'll see, but he's definitely getting the black flag. So that is definitely for him, for that white and black machine just going by the start. So what that's going to end up doing, Greg, is that's going to put Ben Hostetler into a big, huge advantage over Patrick Harris because he's got about almost an 8-second lead over Patrick Harris. Again, didn't hear a call as to why they would be black flagging Jesse Clark. We'll let that up to them. I'm sure they know, and we'll figure that out.
If we get some information about it, we'll certainly let you know. But most likely, not going to filter to us here on the broadcast.
Yeah. We'll figure that out. Why? As our overall leaders of Sean Dwyer, Mike Delucci. Delucci, they're starting to really work through the back half of this field, Greg. They're making kind of quick work of it through there, but they are continuing to battle through that traffic to get through this short course. Again, we've cut off about a mile with taking out the boot. So as you mentioned there moments ago, that back half of that first group, those leaders are going to really get up in between them. Like Jesse Clark just now coming down, going to be coming down into the pits for that. There goes, again, there's Sean Dwyer. He's actually putting a lap on Ben Hostetler in that Spec E46, that your leader there, a little bit further back. We look at some of those, a good battle there with Robert McInerney, and I believe that is Patrick Harris. So the 277 going down into turn number 1 right now. So that looks like that is actually going to be the battle for second and the last podium spot in that Spec E36. Going up through the S's right now, Greg. So again, Patrick Harris in second, Robert McInerney in third. That's the 277, and then the orange and black 02 heading up through there. So again, those two were nose to tail. Here they come right there, I believe. That is them right there, getting ready to come through the backstretch there, getting ready to go in through the bus stop and the inner loop. Right there again, that is Harris in front, McInerney in second, but as I said, Greg, that is for second and third. Last two podium spots in E46.
Got it.
Looking at timing scoring, pretty much the closest battle there.
And Brian, they're door to door as they come by our cameras underneath our stand and into turn number 10 now. And it looks like we've had a change in position coming out of the outer loop, where if you get the car rotated correctly out of the bus stop and down the outer loop, you can carry so much speed through that short chute. And it looks as though we may have a new second place runner in Spec E46.
Yeah, it looks like Robert McInerney is going to pick that position up. While that seems to kind of somewhat extended out a little bit, McInerney's up by about 3 car lengths with just about 2.5 minutes. I'll look a little bit further back.
Okay.
You did have a battle earlier on that I was keeping an eye on. We'll look at that. And I was looking at Amy Josephberg and Francis Lippincott in the 550, but that seems to have gone away as well. And now put in Scott Riemann in the 177 against the 42. That's for 7th and 8th in that Spec E46. So I'm going to look for them because they were within a second, and it does look like that Amy Josephberg was moving up a little bit faster because now it's under a second. So we'll try to pick them up the next time they come by. Looks like a pretty good battle going on.
And and Brian, in the fight that we were watching just a little bit earlier, just a few moments ago. Yeah, I think, well, we'll see here because we've got Amy Josephberg, as you mentioned, really making up some ground now. Whoops, let me get to this camera here. I think also picking up some ground on Scott Ryman with Whitman there as well. So we'll see if we can pick up those three. They should all be in fairly close proximity.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking for the 177 and the 42.
And I don't believe that may be them, possibly. No. All right, we are getting word that the next time.
Yeah, so they just went by the start-finish line.
Okay.
So Amy is going to be in the kind of orange and blue car, and the next time Sean Dwyer comes by, he's going to get the one to go. So they're going to run out of time as well.
So Amy's in that Gulf liveried machine there.
Yeah, correct. Getting ready to go up the S's, and I tell you what, Scott Ryman's pulled out a little bit further now. That's almost 1.2 seconds. But the Mike Whitman, a little bit further back there in the 482, he has gained about 0.3 of a second. So, again, that's the battle for 8th and 9th in class, but that is kind of the closest battle we have right now. Is our overall leader now crosses the start-finish line, Scott Dwyer, who is going to be working his last lap in all cars following that.
Okay.
There, but there's the battle we were talking about. You've got a little bit further ahead there with Amy Josephberg as well. Mike Whitman trying to move that up, and Scott Ryman, that's 1.2 seconds last time by, but it looks like that's a lot closer now.
It's much closer now, Brian, as they're spreading out almost 3 wide coming out of the outer loop.
Yeah, that's a little bit further back, so she's separated.
Just ahead of them. Yeah. Oh, no, I realize that, but I was going to say right behind her, though. It's a great little fight going on here, and we'll catch up with our overall leader here in just a few moments as he's coming down the back straight now and heading into the inner loop.
So we'll wait for Sean Dwyer to come up through and cross the start-finish line the minute he comes out. We'll see. And I think that is him, one with the larger tail, the wing in the back.
Exactly. Yeah, just made the pass on some slower traffic there.
And then you have, I think that's Dellutri right there behind him. That's a pretty big gap. It's going to be hard for Dellutri to close that gap as Sean Dwyer now comes by the start-finish line, gets that checkered flag, and then there is Mike Dellutri. He's going to finish second in that PWR3 class, with Greg Maselli coming in third in that 828.
And should mention that Dellutri reset fast lap on the last lap here, as we're going to jump back to this battle that we've been watching now with Amy Josephberg and Scott Ryman just ahead. And looks as though when they were at the line, I think Amy's got as she comes out of the outer loop, she ends up losing a little bit of pace there to Scott Ryman. She's very strong early on through turn 1 and up through the S's, but she's about 2 car lengths back there as they go into the final 2 corners into turns 10 and 11, and onto the front straight.
Yep. So our last couple cars get ready. I believe our last 2 cars that will be coming out of turn number 11 now should be getting ready to come across the start-finish line here, Greg. So looks like everybody is going to.
Here we go. Final drivers come across the line. So, Brian, let's break it down quickly by class here. Where in PWR3, Sean Dwyer takes the win over Mike Dellutri, with Greg Maselli finishing 16 seconds back from there. Keith Promozic, another 10-plus seconds back from Maselli. In PWR2, Merrill McMullen will take the win over Jacques Peneton, with Mark Tomei finishing 3 laps down, unfortunately. And I know Mark had some issues with that car yesterday as well. We had Mark up in the announce booth with us last year, and we're hoping to see him up here again. He's been, as Scott Sterling mentioned yesterday, a huge proponent of the PWR classes in BMW Club of America Club Racing. In Spec E46, Ben Hostetler takes the win, with Robert McInerney second, and Tuner Hilliard finishing in third. All right, so that's going to wrap things up, Brian, for our first of 2 BMW Car Club of America races here today. Next up is going to be the Trans Am U2 and Tin Top race, VRG Group 5. They'll be on track next. But first, we're going to take a quick little break. Stay with us, please.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Abel Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wart. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Go.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, and it is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen with special guests. Alfas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And we've also got, as you just saw, BMW Car Club of America with the 2025 Can-Am Challenge. And next up, Brian, it is the Trans Am U2, basically the small bore Trans Am cars from the 70s and other various and a sundry of tin tops. Right. As they like to call them, and going to be their first of 2 races today. Now, they were originally scheduled to round out everything yesterday, Brian. But well, first, good for them, because it would have been really bad to see the stream yesterday of them. But they're going to be racing twice. They're going to be racing this morning, and then they're going to wrap up today's coverage right around 3 p.m. or so.
Tell you what, here's what we do. Since we're getting kind of coming up to the start here, Greg, I'm going to give you the top 10. Most of these are going to be that TA2 class with a few other ones in. We do have some stragglers that have not left the pit road. So let's go ahead and give you, and these are all going to be TA2 cars. So these are going to be the Trans Am cars. Starting on the pole in the 14, A.J. Ferragonio in that 1974 BMW. Starting in second place, Fox Sports' own Mike Joy in the number 48 in that 1969 Datsun 510. Nick Font, who's been pretty quick here all weekend long, Greg, he's going to start third in the number 11. Stephen LeBrun in the 137 in that Ford Escort MK1. He's going to roll off fourth. John Dunnick's going to roll off fifth in the 222 in a 1975 BMW, as our cars are just now coming into turn number 11. Starting in the sixth position is going to be the Paul Moeller in the 24, and he's going to be in a 1990 Mazda Miata. That's going to be in that EP class. So we'll pick them up as we go. We're going to talk a lot about these drivers because a lot of these drivers are going to move up because they didn't have a very good qualifying run early this morning. And Greg, we are green flag. We are racing again. And again, Nick Font's going to get a good run starting from that second row, Greg. He's going to try to go three wide with A.J. Ferragonio and Mike Joy, along with Stephen LeBrun, going to try to stick his nose in there. Not able to get that done. But I tell you what, Nick Font shot out of a cannon on this start. He, again, another great anticipation by a driver, Greg, as they take that number 11, and move up into second place, moving Mike Joy back to third. Stephen LeBrun in fourth.
Yeah, and you can tell there is LeBrun in the lighter Ford Escort, and Mike Joy in the dark blue Datsun 510. But yeah, absolutely wonderful jump there at the start for the BMW 2002 as they come down, make the run down the back straight here towards the bus stop, as many of the drivers were already cheating over drivers right, Brian, to defend against a passing attempt going in there, as Mike Joy now loses another position. He's going to drop back in the fourth behind Stephen LeBrun's Ford Escort, the 74 Mark I RS1600.
Yeah, I tell you what, good power move going up through there. Also, Mike Joy leaving some room there just because he knew Stephen LeBrun was going to get through and try to make that power move. He's going to drop back a little bit. He's actually going to drop back a little bit further here, Greg. He's going to drop back into John Dunnick's battle there in that 222 again with that 1975 BMW. So Mike Joy having a little bit of a problem. Got a couple cars here that may have gone off up the backstretch. It looks like we've got one of them, 77, which was Steven Shipbosh in that 75 Volkswagen Rabbit. So the number 77 there having some challenges early on in this race. And Greg, we saw a lot of attrition in this race group yesterday, off and on in the morning and then in the afternoon. So
yeah, and I just saw it, and I didn't know if it was brake lockup or maybe just some white oil smoke from Mike Joy's 510. Yeah. And then a little bit further back, Brian, another machine, and I think it was Eric Stallman's Alfa GTV6. Actually, it was the multicolored one of Brad Price right behind it. And that also threw up a big cloud of smoke under braking going into turn one, as we have, as you mentioned, gotten word that there is a car off track along the side of the track heading towards the bus stop. Unfortunately,
right there on the right, right there on driver's right, your left on your screen, and that is, I believe, is the 77 of Steven Shipbosh. That is the Volkswagen Rabbit. So Shipbosh was having some problems before they even left the grid. There was one of the cars in the middle of the pack, but ended up not going out until the end. So whatever was happening down on the grid before they left it continued. So.
Yeah, and so there is the call coming in now, Brian. I just mentioned about one of the Alfas, and actually, no, they're calling in about Eric Stallman in the red and white number 87 machine is starting to smoke pretty heavily, as once it leans over, and I think as the oil is sloshing from one side of the motor to the other, we're seeing a lot of white smoke when it comes back and flattens back out. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to see, we may see that car come down the pit lane, but as we've already seen with the BMW racers earlier today, that the stewards have not been cautious in black flagging drivers to get them off the track today if they think it's going to oil the track surface down or maybe impact the schedule.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of that yesterday, and that's all unfortunate, and that's what caused this group here to to kind of get delayed for this their fourth race of the weekend, get moved to today. But, when we look here kind of a little bit further back, really good run in a pretty good battle, and we'll try to find it a little bit further back. Again, this is another battle in this TA2 with the 511 Peter Bauer with that red kind of white and blue, the light blue. Looks like that's the Datsun 510 as well, and Melanie Mitchell in the red, white, and green number 82 Alfa Romeo there. Last time by, they were out of 10th. They were battling pretty good coming up through turn number 1 down into turn number 2. So a little bit further ahead of this.
I was just going to say, that's not them. I think.
No, that's right. So they're probably up there a little bit further.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we may be.
So it's going to be a battle for 15th and 16th overall. So again, that's the blue with a little bit of a red stripe in white 510, Datsun 510.
Well, there's Mike Joy. Okay,
there,
so that's the front of the pack that
right.
We're
so a little
right
bit
now.
further. A little bit further back. I believe they're just now going to come out of turn number 11. Here they come by the start-finish line.
Got it.
And so Peter Bauer has actually moved ahead of Robert Black now. But Mitchell's going to go ahead and try to go by Robert Black in that 196 in that Ford Pinto as they head down into turn number 1. So Peter Bauer opens up a little bit further. And now that Pinto Robert Black having all kinds of problems getting down through turn number 1, Greg, as he went really, really wide. And you can see you get a couple of other cars. So, again, that Peter Bauer race along with Melanie Mitchell, now she's going to fall back a little bit further back. She's going to have to try to get by, as she did. She got by Robert Black, but she's also got to contend with, I believe that's Colby Schindel in the blue. The blue BMW as well in that number 20 machine. So pretty good battles here, really going all over the track right now. There is Schindel there in the blue, and then here comes the Peter Bauer machine there, and it looks like John Rockensee's in that number 2, Greg, is starting to make a move in that red and yellow Alfa.
I was going to say, he's starting to close things up a little bit there, Brian. The last lap, he's maybe closed down maybe a car length and a half.
Well, he was a second faster than both Bauer, Black, and Mitchell when they went down, across the start-finish line last time by, and as they went by down into turn 1, that's where we saw Robert Black really go wide. Well, Rockensee was back a little bit further, and he was able to help and not had to get on the brakes in order to get by that Ford Pinto there, Robert Black, and that just gave him all the speed, and now he is up battling with Peter Bauer as well. So,
all right, let's show there. There's the Pinto.
Pinto's having all kinds of struggles. Robert Black, as Lon Barrett now goes by him in the yellow and number blue 44. So again, Robert Black really, really struggling getting through turn 1, losing another position there. So. I don't think that Pinto was made to go down through the big sweeping turn. I think everything else is fine, but that big sweeping turn in turn 1, looks like that Pinto just does not want to turn.
You and I should talk to Bruce Shelton about that. Bruce Shelton heads up in the Washington, D.C. region in Sports Car Club of America class that they call GT Pinto, which are essentially for the older GT3 old SCCA GT3 Ford Pintos that have been, a number of years ago, I think were made not very competitive. And so in the Mid-Atlantic area have had a very large contingent of those cars over the years. And it just absolutely stuns me how well those cars typically do handle, Brian. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things as we watch them come down here into turn 10, and we'll probably see it give up a little bit of ground here as well. They've got a lot of tire underneath them. I mean, that's for sure. They just don't rotate very well.
Yeah.
And we can even see there where he is adjusting his line, turning in much later, Brian, than most of the other racers in order to try and straighten off the exits of those cars and not have to load up that outside front tire nearly as much.
And on these smaller older cars, Right, Greg. You get to that point where it starts to put a lot of emphasis on that right or on that left front. That car just tends to tighten up and ends up not wanting to turn basically at all.
All right, we just did have maybe I should have stayed down and followed that group through, Brian, because we just had a driver spin the car over at turn number 1. We'll try and get the number on that in just a moment here for you.
Yeah, pretty good battle here that you've got on your screen right there. That's the 24. So that's Palmar. So that's going to be Vince Vaccaro, I believe, John Dunnick, and then Eric Stallman as they came through, and then Bradley Price as well. So again, that is definitely who that is as they head down into turn 1. And then Mike Joy right behind that, trying to catch that battle. Yeah. That's a battle actually for 5th all the way back to 9th. And then Robert Brady a little bit further back in the red Alfa Romeos now as well, just now going into turn 1. So pretty good battle here, basically in that TA2 class from 5th all the way back to 9th. So right there's Vaccaro. There goes John Dunnick, and then Eric Stallman. So where you had said Stallman probably looking to see probably some smoking, maybe one of two things. One, he is out of oil and it's not going to smoke anymore. Or two, that kind of went away a little bit. So,
and we just got word of Raymond Junkins having a couple of issues over in turn 10. Junkins driving a 1970 2002. Fortunately, put the car around in that high-speed left-hander turn 10, second to last corner on the course. And he now has managed to continue.
And I think that's a product of looking at some of these outer limits here of this racetrack, right? They kind of want you to stay within the rumble strips. They don't want you going all the way out, as we see in other forms of racing here, where they use that the entire side. So they're trying to keep them inside.
Yeah, but the other thing is, Brian, is they're coming into turn 10. They're approaching turn 10 much, much more quickly than they were approaching yesterday.
Yep.
Yesterday, as they come uphill through that off-camber turn 9, where they're scrubbing off a lot of speed, trying to keep the car from hitting the wall. And here they're essentially on the throttle from the exit of the bus stop all the way around back till they get to turn 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so next group up, Brian, is going to be our small bore racers, VRG Group 1. Let's we'll make a call for them to start heading to the grid. Attention in the paddock, VRG Group 1, please head to the grid. Your race is next. VRG Group 1, please start heading to the grid, because there's only one of you down there. VRG Group 1 to the grid, please.
There's a couple of them down there now.
Right,
there's
three.
You're seeing the big white walls.
Yeah, they do kind of block out everything but the big orb in the sky.
Greg, as you were making that call, I was following kind of a group here. Jeff Downing in the 466 in the white BMW. Then Kobe Schindel, we talked about Kobe a couple minutes ago, in the blue BMW. When they came off turn number 11 last time and down the start-finish line, it was within 0.3 of a second, 0.8 of a second. And then Peter Bauer, again, in that blue 511 Datsun. We'll look for them to come back by, see if that's closed up a little bit. But they were within less than half a second between all three of those cars as Mike Joy pulls his car back behind the pit wall there. So it looks like his race here is done. Again, Mike started out really had a great qualifying run, was only 1/10 of a second off of AJ Ferragonio's time. Looks like the 19 as well. So a couple cars dropping off here. Here goes that battle that I was talking about with Schindel, Kobe Schindel, Peter Bauer just now going into turn 1 as well. So it looks like one of those cars that we were just talking about, Jeff Downing, got in front of Russ Rosenberg in that silver Porsche 911. Move him up to 9th. And again, we had a couple cars drop out. Mike Joy dropped out, Robert Brady in the 19. So that shuffled that kind of that battle. But they should be just now right there on your screen. That is the 511 there, Peter Bauer, that just went through your screen right there. Kobe Schindel is a little bit further back. There you go. So there is Peter Bauer there. Schindel's a little bit further back now because, again, they're starting to get into the other traffics with John Rockensees and Lon Barrett as well in there. So, kind of pretty good battle. And, Greg, they're going to end up having to get this done really quickly because Nick Font in that number 11, the next time he comes by the start-finish line, he's going to get one to go here. So we'll look to pick him up. And again, he's got about a 10-second lead over AJ Farragonia, who was our pole sitter.
Right, and had such a great start.
Yeah, had a good start there. But as I said, Nick Font ended up going and pretty quickly getting out to the lead and never looked back here. So we'll look to pick up where our leader is, Nick Font, in that red Alfa Romeo. That number 11 should be getting ready to come, I believe, through that turn, kind of that 9 there, coming through the short chute there. Should be coming down into turn number 10.
We'll pick him up here. I believe he's the lead car in this group, Brian. We'll take a look here as he comes through turn 10 into turn 11. Yeah, there he goes. That's our lead car in this group coming onto the front straight now. He's going to get the 1 to go signal from our starter.
And remember, Nick had some problems yesterday.
Yeah,
I believe in the I believe it was in the afternoon race. And we had so many races yesterday, but it was
only 17 of them, Brian.
It was definitely in the afternoon where the call came in. That right front fender was a little bit loose and flapping in the wind, and he went from basically 4th place all the way up to the lead shortly thereafter. So he's kind of opened it up and kind of got that. Looks like that right front fender is fixed, and it definitely has not slowed him down. Again, still 10.5 seconds over AJ Farragonia. Stephen LeBrun in that 137, sitting in 3rd with Paul Marner in the EP class in that number 24, sitting in 4th. So again, Nick Font opening up, picking up, as he gets through.
And working his way through slower traffic, even on the last lap here, Brian.
Yeah, he's going to run up again, even on some, some other back markers as well. And so at this point, with that large lead, I would assume that there's no sense in pushing that issue to get by those cars as he comes up underneath our camera, out of the outer loop, down into turn number 10 right now. Looks like he probably will just stay tucked in behind them. Give them one more lap, for them, and then he will end up picking up the checkered flag. So,
and that's exactly what he's going to do. Nice gentlemanly thing to do there, Brian. As you'll see here, there are going to be a couple cars heading by. There they go. They're going to start one more lap, and then our leader, now our winner, Nick Font, takes the win.
I tell you what, now that he's picked that up, let's go down into turn number almost in turn number 2 if we can. There's a great battle going on right here in your screen, Greg. That's the 63 of Greg Plush and the 73 of Jay Wisden. They have been too wide since they came out of turn number 11 and all the way down the front stretch. And now it looks like that Wisman is going to go ahead and pull in front of Plush, but I tell you what, you couldn't put a piece of paper or a credit card between them when they came down through the front stretch down into turn 1.
That's right. And, I'll tell you, I used to race against Greg Plush when he raced that car in SCCA H production. I raced against him a number of times in the early aughts. And very tough, very competitive driver, and it looks like he and Wisbin have had a great battle here. But Wisbin, when it counts on the very last lap, sorry to move away from that camera. We'll catch them here as they come down through the outer loop. It looks like
going to open it up now a little bit more, but that's again one of the Downey cars there in that number 63.
Old Datsun Dynamics machine and. Datsun Dynamics, of course, very big in the Washington, D.C. area. Originally based out of, or outside of Reston, Virginia, Sterling, Virginia. And we think we saw Brian Downey.
Here yesterday.
Yeah. Podium finisher at the runoffs in GT Light. Who's taking care of that car, we believe. All right, so the rest of the drivers coming across the line. So Nick Font will take the overall win. AJ Ferragonio, Stephen LeBrun, Paul Molnar, Vince Vaccaro. That is your top 5. John Dunnock, Eric Stallman, Bradley Price, Lon Barrett, and Jeff Downing round out your top 10. All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for that next run group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for VRG Group 2. Please VRG Group 1. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. VRG Group 1, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen International. It's the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen. We'll be right back.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International, the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, with their special guests, the Alfas at the Glen. And, of course, we got BMW Car Club of America for them. It's the 2025 Can-Am Challenge. But, Brian, on track now, and I just missed the pace car, went right by our camera. Heading on track is our small bore and Formula V race group for the Vintage Racer Group. Group 1, as well, you can see there. It's right on the bottom left of our screen. We put it there for you. And they are heading out for what will be their final race of the weekend. And it is, what, Brian? It's like their fifth, I think their fifth race.
This is their fifth race of the weekend, yeah. So a lot of track time here. Why don't we go ahead and give a quick little rundown on the starting lineup here. Starting on the pole in that 111, in that 1967 Ginetta G4, that's going to be Hervey Park. Starting in second position, it's going to be the 88. That's Ralph Solomon. Good run by Ralph Solomon yesterday, all day long in that 1962 Bobsy SR2. Justin D'Antonio is going to start off third in that silver number 19, that 1961 Austin Healey Spray. John Clark's going to end up starting fourth in that one, number 198 in that 1965 Mini Cooper. John had a great run yesterday, pretty much all day long. Michael Schroeder is going to start out in the number 69. He's going to start out in fifth position. That's going to be our leader in that Spec Renault, or in that Renault Spec Racer. Peter Carroll is going to end up starting sixth here in that 155. Good run from Peter yesterday in that 1963 Austin Healey Spray as well. Todd Wetzel in the 47 in that 1964 Ford Cortina MK2. Mac McCormick's going to roll off in the 8th position in that 109 and 1966 Morris Mini Cooper S. Doug Faust is going to be in that 1972 MG Midget. He's going to be in the 55, and he's going to start 9th. In the 60 machine, in that 1958 Elva Courier, that's going to be Drew Cullen, and he's going to roll off 10th. In the number 275, rolling off in the 11th position in 1958 MGA Rob Tomaso in that car right there, and starting 12th in the 23. This is our Peter McCarthy, our white-walled tired 1962 Austin Healey. Greg, I tell you what, that car looks really good. We'll get a couple of other rundowns here. Eric Russell's going to roll off 13th in the 61. Steve McFarland's going to roll off in the 14th position in the 26. Eli Sharp's going to roll off 15th in the 16, with Niall McCabe rolling off 16th in the 909. Tom Regatti is going to run the 115 and start 17th. And Greg, it does look like we are waiting on the starter right now, and green flag is in the air. As our drivers now come by the start-finish line, it is going to be Hervey Park and Ralph Solomon in those two open-wheel cars, in that Ginetta and that Bobsy SR2. They're going to go down into turn number 1, and it looks like they're going to go side by side with everybody else, kind of falling in behind. But I tell you what, Park and Ralph Solomon, two good starts right there, anticipating that green flag.
All right, as they start to make their way through turn 2, and as we watch them come up the S's, Brian, it looks like almost a mirror image of the start, one of the starts that we saw yesterday, I think for their third race of the weekend there, as we saw the Ginetta taking an early lead. And was it Hervey, or I'm trying to remember who, I thought it was Hervey and Ralph that had some issues possibly with the Porsche going into the bus stop on the opening 2 laps or so. That really changed up the order here considerably, but so far coming through nose to tail for the very first time, and with the Austin Healey of Justin D'Antonio stepping very wide, trying to get a wide set going into the outer loop, try to take a very late turn. Your entrance to the outer loop, Brian, changes considerably when you're running the short course versus the long course, because you're going about 180 degrees around as opposed to only about 140 to 130 degrees around when you start to head towards the chute that leads into the boot.
Yeah.
Big brake lock up there from D'Antonio.
Yeah, I tell you what, all three of these cars here, with Solomon and Park and Justin D'Antonio, they were within a second of each other. Then you had to go back a little bit further back to John Clark in that 198 machine, in that little Mini Cooper. So John struggling just a little bit. Looks like Peter Carroll's going to get by him as well as they go down into turn number 1 and then head up the hill to turn number 2. So move Peter Carroll into 4th, John Clark back to 5th. But yeah, Greg, I think that, yesterday this group had a little bit of issues going on. I think we had some of our Lotuses were in there as well in this group where we had that unfortunate incident really kind of slowed everybody down. And I think Solomon at one point during the racing yesterday had an issue, came off a little early, as we have one car that's just now going back into the pits area, and that is actually going to be Todd Wetzel in that number green 47 machine. That's that Ford Cortina MK2. So looks like his weekend is going to be done here in that number 47. But yeah, we saw those three drivers kind of up front as they come out of the outer loop and head down to the short chute. I tell you what, Greg, Peter Carroll making up some ground here. Peter Carroll starting off in 6th all the way up to 4th right now and putting a lot of pressure on Justin D'Antonio as they come through that short chute down into turn number 10. I tell you what, that looks like that's going to be a battle all the way on as Ralph Solomon starts to pull away a little bit now from Harvey Park. One of the things I noticed when you look at these cars, that 4th car right there in line, Greg, in that Peter Carroll machine, his roll bar that comes up, he's actually taken and built a roll bar that goes up over the head. You can see right there just a little bit on the screen.
Very tall and squared off.
Well, yeah, because it kind of comes up as the hoop as the other ones, but then it looks like he's built one that goes right up over the head.
And
right?
a lot of the older production cages, Brian, from that were used in, for example, SCCA racing back in the mid '60s, they had that design rather than being the full hoop, which rose up and went even across from the passenger side over to the driver's side. That they were more shaped to the driver itself, and only knowing that there was only going to be somebody on the left-hand side of the car, basically, that there wasn't any need as long as you had the requisite strength built into that hoop there. And I thought perhaps you were talking about maybe it had a bit of an extension to it, because as we mentioned yesterday, that car used to be campaigned in SCCA Club Racing by Chris Fox. And I believe it is still the G Production track record holder at Summit Point Raceway. Peter acquired it after Chris's passing from her partner Randy Canfield. Of course, Canfield, a many-time SCCA national champion in the H production class.
Yeah, it does look like he may have put a little extension on that. Probably after the fact, after he got it, because it definitely looks like it goes a little bit further than the normal that you would see on those open wheel cars. So,
well, let's track that now. As Carroll takes a quick look to the inside on Justin D'Antonio in his Austin Healey, not quite able to get there. Pretty darn close though, Brian. He was underneath him. He was side by side, and again, it gets very difficult as you drop out of the natural groove of the pavement there. That not that it's easy to defend, but Carroll wasn't able to really carry a lot of exit speed there after D'Antonio came down a little bit on him. And we could see there as they made the run down the back straight and into the bus stop. Now that D'Antonio has opened up maybe 6 car lengths on Peter Carroll.
Tell you what, let's leave this shot right here, Greg.
Okay.
I want to see the next group coming in. I was watching them when they came by the start-finish line now. That's Drew Cullen in the 60 with Peter McCarthy. That's our white wheel guy. He's got it right there in the second position. And then you've got Rob Tomaso and then Doug Faust right there. Those 4, when they came by the start-finish line last time, and then as they went up through turn 2, they were kind of jostling back, or not really jostling, but jockeying back and forth for positions. Drew Cullen able to pull away just a little bit, but now Peter McCarthy comes back. So Peter McCarthy really getting through the outer loop there. And now it looks like they're going to go side by side down into turn number 10. Looks like Cullen and McCarthy there. They're going to go side by side through turn number 10 and still going to try to stay side by side. But, as I said, McCarthy really getting a good run out of the outer loop into the short chute. And as they come down the start-finish line, Cullen's going to move all the way over to driver's right, McCarthy. Rob Tomaso now, he's going to tuck in behind Peter McCarthy.
Yeah.
As they go down the front stretch. Going to lose a little bit on braking. This is where Peter McCarthy gets through turn number 1. So the big sweeping turns, it looks like that, that Austin Healey, with the green, with the white walls, that's really get through some of those big sweeping turns.
Yeah, and as they came through there, you could see what the effect of going too wide through the final corner is, as that second car ended up losing a lot of pace. That we did end up seeing the third car in line there end up pick up ground, but also you can see now the relative speeds as they go up through the S's and what the effect of the draft is, Brian, because we've now got them coming into the bus stop once again, door to door, as that second car who had been about 4 car lengths back coming out of turn 1 now was able to draft right back up. Out through the S's. The amount of pull that you can get through those S's is really astounding.
Yeah. Then you've got that, another little battle behind them, but this battle here continues to go on, and they were doing it. But I tell you what, Greg, let's go ahead and let's pick up the battle that's a little bit further behind, and I believe that is going to be the 16 there of Eli Sharp. As part of it, along with Niall McCabe in the 909 and that MG midget right there.
Exactly. We've got the 2 sports racers or sports Renaults
right behind
in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got the 61 there, I believe, is Eric Russell in one of them, and you have Steve McFarlane in the other one right there as well. So again, you've got 3 different really packs here, right? So we have this pack here. Where you've got 2 of our Renaults mixed in with some of our MG midgets right there. And then you've got the Mac McCormick, who got a great run off of turn number 11 down the start-finish line.
Like he was shot out of a very small bore cannon, Brian.
Well, it must have been something, because he definitely went by Steve McFarlane like Steve McFarlane was standing still, and he was about 100 yards behind them when they came through turn number 10.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Brian, that Mini has, I don't know, maybe a 35 to 40 horsepower deficit on the Spec Renault.
Mm-hmm. And he's starting to move up now. Move up against Eric Russell.
Yeah, and it also looks like that second Spec Renault starting to maybe come off the pace a little bit, Brian. Not carrying a lot of speed up through the S's, and you can see now really starting to drop back.
Yeah. And I think that may have been where, got stuck in that arrow, right? And I'm going to say that right here, even with these cars here, got stuck in that arrow, got a bad run. And now it's going to go too wide there, really going to get hard on the brakes and let that blue MG go by pretty good. So I'm wondering if they're having some brake problems in that.
Possibly, yeah. And it's
Renault.
Slowing down considerably now. I wouldn't be surprised if that car finds its way to the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Yeah. Well, as we look down here, Greg, and we pick up a little bit further, let's go back a little bit further ahead with Drew Cullen, Peter McCarthy, as they go down into turn number 1.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, they have pulled away from Rob Tomoso and Doug Faust in that 275 and 55, respectively, where they were a 4-car battle at once. Now it's just a 2, as Drew Cullen and McCarthy have really started to work together up the hill right here. You can see the gap that they've put on these 2 right here, where all 4 of them were together.
Yeah, so with the 2 MGs definitely dropping off the back there, and even now it looks like the MGA falling further back as the 2 cars ahead now go door to door, Brian, wheel to wheel, coming down into the bus stop. We saw this early on in this race, and looks like got a nice defense there coming down into the bus stop.
Yeah, Peter McCarthy just can't get by Drew Cullen, and he gets, like you said, a great run up the hill through the S's, just cannot make it stick to move ahead just that much further in order to get through.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a huge difference when you're in the draft and then you pull out in the clean air and you just don't have the pull. But here, Brian, we see he gets a wonderful run out of the outer loop and into turn 10, is able to not only pull alongside, but he may have actually gotten the pass done, and he has there as they come through the final corner onto the front straight. Question is, when he's in clean air here on the front straight, can he hold that?
Well, you know what? I think he's gonna, because I think Peter McCarthy was holding, or Drew Cullen was holding Peter McCarthy up a little bit when you got to the backside of this racetrack, when you got through the S's and up the hill. through there. And just as I say that, as they start to head up through the hill now up into the S's here, again, we're going to go side by side.
Yeah.
So Cullen's going to end up trying to stick in on the inside there. Driver's right on McCarthy as they head up the hill, but it looks like McCarthy is going to get the better hand, the upper hand per se, and hold that line, Greg, all the way through, and that's going to put him back up in front. This is where I think McCarthy will start to pull away.
All right, Brian, I want to shift over to another nice battle going on, coming into turn 10 right now, door to door, and we'll get you the drivers here in just a moment. But it looks as though
that's Justin D'Antonio and Peter Carroll. So that's third and fourth.
Yep. So I want to get that real quick as they come across the line now and head down towards turn 1, and they were, I mean, literally millimeters apart coming out of the outer loop going into turn 10. And D'Antonio just opens up like 4 to 5 car lengths through the 2 final corners. And I mean, it looks like the Carroll car, it's got legs. It just doesn't it doesn't know how to make those legs dance, apparently.
Well, we took the boots off, so he's got legs. He's got just socks on right now.
He's got 2 left feet, is what it appears. As they're coming up on some slower traffic now. And that Mini, he's relentless there. John Clark in the yellow 65 Mini Cooper. He's fallen a little bit off the back of D'Antonio and Carroll, but he's still there. And I think as they come up on some of the slower traffic now, that's going to really help this Mini, as long as the Mini doesn't have to check up.
Well, I think that again, they moved over to the driver's right there to try to get by that Mini. But I tell you what's really happening is there you can see there's the other Mini there, Greg, and that is actually John Clerk, who is actually reeling in Justin D'Antonio and Peter Carroll here.
Yeah,
as they come down through out of turn number 11.
Yeah, I was going to say that yellow Mini. We'll stick here on the start-finish cam to pick them up and see the distance on the front straight. But that yellow Mini is definitely, and you can see the Mini, he's got challenges in a straight line. And, we said the Minis are down, I think, quite a bit of power than compared to the larger chassis up front. But we are getting word now that our leader is working his very last lap. That is Ralph Solomon in the 62 Bobsy. We'll try and pick up the Bobsy and the Janetta of Hervey Park here in just a moment as they get their working last lap.
Yeah, it should be up around, if not into the inner loop, but maybe toward the outer loop.
Yeah, we'll
there as well. There they are right there. There's the black and the gold car that was just coming through.
Yeah, just came through the inner loop. So let's we'll get them here as they're going to be coming down the hill again, working through. I had a little trouble picking them up as they were working through some slower traffic. But Park has really closed things down on Solomon in the last lap. I just don't think that there's going to be enough time to do anything about it here as they come into the final 2 corners, still trying to work their way around some slower traffic in the process. We just saw the battle for third between D'Antonio and Carroll go into turn 10 as well as our leaders come out of the final corner. And checkered flag being displayed, taking the win is going to be Ralph Solomon with Hervey Park finishing 2 seconds back. Justin D'Antonio and Peter Carroll. Antonio will take the last step there overall, but in GP, it's Park, D'Antonio, and then Peter Carroll, only 0.2 separating Carroll and D'Antonio at the line. John Clark brings his Mini across the line. He takes the win in CSV with Drew Cullen finishing 6th overall, your winner in EP. Rob Brownlee, Tommaso, and actually Cullen, we're still waiting. He's going to be the next car to come across and complete his race. And when we started the last lap, we had Rob Brownlee, Tommaso in the 275, Austin Healy a little bit further back from there. But such was the distance between our top 4 or 5 cars, Brian, here at the end compared to the rest of the field. Yeah, here we go, coming to the line now. is Cullen, Brownlee Tomaso, Peter McCarthy, and Doug Faust, with Mac McCormick in his Mini Cooper. He'll be the next to cross the line. He'll finish second in CSV, and he'll finish 10th overall.
Tomaso made up a lot of ground, Greg, because McCarthy and Cullen were that far ahead until they got down into the last lap, moving around some of the lap traffic, and that allowed Tomaso to go around McCarthy.
All right, next group up, and it's going to be, Brian, I believe, our last race before we break for lunch. It's going to be our mid-bore production race from VRG, and most of them head to the grid already, but let's make a final call here. Attention in the paddock, VRG Group 2, please head to the grid. Your race is going to be starting in just a few moments. VRG Group 2, please head to the grid now. You are on track next. And with that, Brian, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with that last VRG race before lunch and more racing from Watkins Glen International. Stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And of course, we've got their great guests, Alfas, at the Glen here this weekend. We also have the BMW Car Club of America and their 2025 Can-Am Challenge. Next up, Brian, the mid-bore production races. And, you know, I'm not so surprised to see who our pole sitter is for this race.
Yeah, you know, looking through yesterday, he didn't run as well as I think he really wanted to. Andrew Moore was kind of the dominant of the field in this group. Now that we've gone to that short course, Greg, he's going to start a little bit further back, and we'll see whether or not he can get there. So, tell you what, let's go ahead and do a little bit of the rundown here.
Absolutely, and I want to say who is that pole sitter that I was just talking about?
Yeah,
Brian?
I tell you what, starting on the pole there in the 05 in that Lotus Super 7, that's going to be Craig Kima.
Kima.
Starting in the second position in the number 7 in another Lotus Super 7, that's going to be Todd Reed. Eric Wood's going to roll off third in that Alfa Romeo Spider. That's the blue 28. I think we have, what was the word of that? The old blue. That's old blue that's going to get run. That's Jack's old blue car that we were talking about yesterday.
That's what they called me after last night's broadcast.
Old blue.
Old blue.
Well, there was a whole other names, but you know, I think that Jack Beck's old blue there, starting out in third. So again, Eric Wood going to start out. Kurt Utzbay is going to start in the black Lotus 23B in the number 42. In the number 60, there's Andrew Moore. That's what we were talking about, Greg. We'll see whether or not he's able to run back up with Craig Kima in that 05 machine. Lenny Stan's going to roll off in the 6th position in that 894. Tom Upshur in that blue Lotus Super, or that Lotus 7 in the number 41 is going to end up rolling off number 7. Tom Upshur, as they come through the short chute now, Tom Upshur is going to roll off in the 41 there in 7th, with Kenny Williamson rolling off 8 in the number 27 in a 1961 Elva Courier. Louis Patitucci in another Lotus Super 7 in the yellow number 3 is going to roll off 9th, with David Gott rolling off 10th in the number 80 in that Triumph TR4. Rob Hurley is going to roll off in the 11th in that 47. That's a Porsche 911S right there as our group now starts to come down. We'll come through a little bit more as we get going. But Greg, this is the class where these Lotuses seem to be pretty good, dominant.
Very
field.
dominant.
But
yeah.
I'm going out on a limb here. I'm thinking Old Blue is going to go ahead and get it done in this group here as we're waiting for our flagger. There we are. We are green flag in the air as they come down the hill. A pretty early flag there, Greg, as we start to run down into turn 1, and you can see we're almost 3 wide going down in turn 1. Well, actually, we may be 4 wide going down into turn 1 in some of these cars as they've got to get rolling through and get back into double and single file. Yeah. It does look like Kima's going to roll out in the front.
Yeah, and Brian, I thought that perhaps Craig Kima, he was scheduled to start on pole for this race. Kima, I believe a 3-time SCCA national champion, and it doesn't appear as though he made the green.
Yeah,
so.
It doesn't look like it roll off there. We'll take a look and see who that is. That's actually Kurt Utzbay out there at the lead.
Exactly.
Right now.
In his open top, the little Lotus 23 is going to lead the field now into the bus stop. And that beautiful little 23, it now jumps ahead of Todd Reed, who effectively started on, I believe, started on pole, and Utzbay now with almost well, he had about 5 car lengths as they came out of the bus stop. You know, but the one thing that Lotus 7 is it is a very nimble machine. Both it and the 23 are, of course, very, very light.
Yeah.
But the 7, while it may not be nearly as aerodynamically sound as the 23, it is, I think, a little bit easier car as the driver sits literally over the rear axle to get the back end of that car to kind of dig in and go through the outer loop and carry a lot more speed down to turn 10.
Yeah, that's actually Andrew Moore in the 60 machine that's moved up into second place. So again, Andrew Moore starting back, scheduled to start 5th, but again, as with Greg Kima not taking the green flag here, Greg, that moved him up. So Andrew Moore is the one in second, chasing down Kurt Utzbay in there. So
and then
again,
Tom Upshur and then Todd Reed in the full red 92, much later generation, a Lotus Super 7. I guess if it was a 92, I believe that would be a Lotus, not a Caterham.
Yep. Then you have Kenny Williamson in the 27, and then Eric Wood in that Alpha in the number 28. That's your top. That's your top 6 drivers right there. A little bit further back, Lenny Stan, Louis Patitucci, Rob Hurley, David Gott, Michael Lawton moving up into that 11th position. Again, Michael's supposed to start a little bit further back here. But I'm not sure if that is Michael in there. Yeah, that is Michael Lawton.
It should be.
Michael Lawton moving up.
Yeah, so Michael, our race director here this weekend for Vintage Racer Group, and we talked to him briefly last evening, and because we thought there was a time yesterday where he had some issues with the car and he seemed off pace. Actually mentioned that he'd lost the brake pedal, had some brake fluid weepage in his 1973 Alfa Spider, and got that repaired, and he's ready to go.
Well, maybe that was what his issue really was all day yesterday. Didn't really have the brake pedal he wanted, because he's definitely moved up in this short course right now, sitting up P11 after scheduled to start P16. So Michael Lawton in that Alfa Romeo as well, moving up just now, headed down into turn number 1. So should see Michael there coming down in the screen. I believe he's going to be right.
Yeah, he's in the red Spider, I believe, sitting right back behind. Yep, right there.
Yep.
Right ahead of the MG.
Yep, going to be right behind William Bartlett in that number 31, another Lotus Super 7. So starting to move up the field here.
There he is.
Yep.
And a little bit further back from Michael, and we'll switch over. That is the Louis Patitucci in his Lotus Super 7, and then Rob Hurley in his 1970 Porsche 911S.
David Bain, Craig Seifert, two Miatas. Boy, I've never heard that call before. Two Miatas going at it. A little bit further back, David Bain in that blue 774 Miata. Craig Seifert in the 4X red Miata. Right there in front there. First 2 cars there. Then a little bit further back, Philip got in that Triumph TR4 in that 114 machine. So, when you come to a vintage race, I'm not used to calling Mazda Miatas there, but showing up.
Brian, they're
battling. Miatas are everywhere.
They're 35 years old. Those are like 1988, 89, and 90 chassis. Actually, the Seifert car is a 93 chassis. It's still an NA Miata, though the NA first generation Miatas, they first rolled onto the American market, I believe, in 1989. So, I mean, we're talking 35-year-old cars.
Yep. Is hard to believe. We're talking 35. 35-year-old cars for 1990 cars that were built.
So let's pick this up, Brian, as they head up, and I believe that is I think that's Patitucci, and I think Patitucci got Hurley and Adolf Batafarano now, and we're going to get them coming into the bus stop here.
Big power move there. I believe that is going to be Gott in that number 80 machine right there.
The Bug-Eye Spray.
Yeah, well, that's actually a Triumph TR4.
Pardon me,
That green one. But
right.
That's a power move from all the way over driver's left, really sending it in through there.
Just came across the nose of like 3 cars.
I mean, that was a power move coming through there, but I don't think that he got through the outer loop very, very well.
No, because he's right at the back of the field again.
He's actually in front. He's actually propelled himself with that. He's ahead of Rob Hurley in that yellow 47.
There he is. There he goes.
He was able to make that. I was getting ready to say, Greg, he got through there, but I don't think he got through the outer loop very well, but he did not. That car that's in the back and then one of those other Lotuses, that is actually Adolf that's the number 2, Batafarano, going by there. So I was going to say that move did not work well. It looked good, didn't work out, but it did. We'll keep an eye. Get a call. One car that they're really looking hard at, Greg, across the radio. There may be some smoke or something coming out of it. Definitely want to keep an eye on that today.
I thought we let all the smoke out yesterday, Brian.
Well, I think we did. I think we...
A matter of fact, every time we show that turn 2 camera, you get to see the effects of letting the smoke out. Still.
Well, I mean, we went to the store yesterday just to go get some stuff to come and fix up here, and we ended up where I was trying to figure out why the track employees were down there buying kitty litter, because I think they ran all out of it
yesterday. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I don't want to be catching that bill.
As we were watching that battle earlier, it's starting to open up just a little bit there with that David Gott machine and Louis Patitucci, William Bartlett, Rob Hurley now, as it looks like they've started to spread out a little bit more as this race goes on.
All right, let's see if we can pick up somebody else here, Brian, and let's see what is best. Let's go to the bus stop here for a moment, because we've got this nice little fight going on.
That's another Mazda Miata battle.
Yeah.
That is actually, I believe, the battle between James Molnar and
the Molnar and I don't know if that's Molnar.
Well, the black and the orange one, that is the number 89.
Okay.
There's your overall leaders right there that just went underneath as well. So that is going to be Utspe and more. But
and they just got around Kevin Michael in the beautiful dark blue 67 Volvo 1800 coupe.
Yeah.
I've always loved the profile of that coupe.
So that was Paul Molnar in the 24 Mazda Miata and the James Molnar. So family, I would assume, battling when you had the camera on them back there. It seems like they've separated as Paul's gotten in front of James by about quite a bit between turn number 10 and 11. So,
all right, as we watch our leaders make their way through the field, I'd love if we can, Brian, and hopefully you can help me out with this. Want to pick up it's like a tangerine and silver-colored Porsche 914. That is Kristen Poole, the number 77 machine. We saw Kristen race at the Jefferson 500 at some point earlier this year, and Kristen is the marketing, I believe, director of marketing for the Sports Car Club of America. Of course, she's got a very big event coming up in about a week.
Think she's going to be busy?
She might be somewhat busy. They're the National Championship runoff, Sports Car Club of America National Championship runoffs at Road America. I guess I could say it, Brian, and I think they might be coming. Let me see.
There they go by.
In the start-finish. Yeah, there she goes.
Coming down into turn one. She's kind of opened that up, ahead of Toby Yorko in the 623. So it could be that they were kind of in some traffic, because the last time by, Yorko was leading by about 0.4 of a second. She's opened that up now by 2 seconds over him. So,
and here she comes now right towards our camera. Beautiful car, wonderful person to work with. And you can certainly, I guess I should throw in a little plug, Brian, is you can see our coverage, 4 days of coverage, 2 days of qualifying, 2 days of racing, starting next Thursday on the SCCA official YouTube channel. And I'll be heading up our qualifying coverage. And then we got the heavy hitters like John Phippen and Greg Kramer. Also Tom O'Gorman and Larry Lefty McLeod bringing you the race coverage next Saturday and Sunday.
Craig, we got a new overall leader as well. So Andrew Moore has now gone by Kurt Utspe, and I think that was a product. And here they come right now. There's Andrew Moore, that first car. Here comes Utspe right there. As they were going through some lap traffic last time by, Andrew Moore was able to get by when they were passing one of our Miatas there in that number 24 machine. So Utspe gets stuck in behind there, and then Andrew Moore was able to go around him and move towards the front. So.
All right, and we do have, sounds like a car might have some issues. I'm going to jump over to the bus stop. You see the local caution out on the exit of the bus stop, and unfortunately, Brian, the camera that we have that I think would be able to pick up where that car isn't functioning at the moment. And we'll try and pick it up in just a moment if we can.
Yeah, so our camera, that other one probably wouldn't even pick it up as well because it's kind of
little bit
tucked
further
in
up the hill.
Yeah, it kind of tucked in between the little cutout there that they have that kind of cuts through there, comes through. So,
let's go back to this.
that looks like William Bartlett in the 31, and then David Gott in the 80, coming out of turn number 10 and heading up through turn number 11. As a matter of fact, that's exactly who that is. That is William Bartlett, your leading car there, and then David Gott in the 80. Now, Bartlett's going to pull away down the front stretch. You can see that, so it was a lot closer there, coming through those turns than it was when they got on the front stretch. So that's where David Gott's able to close the gap a little bit when we get through the inner loop, the bus stop, all the way to turn number 11. And then that's when William Bartlett in that Lotus Super 7 is able to stretch that lead out a little bit.
There they
Again,
go.
that's a battle for 7th and 8th place, kind of overall. Not a battle in class, Greg, but that is definitely a battle on the racetrack. Bartlett in that EP class, David Gott in that DP class. So 2 evenly matched cars here at certain parts of the racetrack, with that Lotus Super 7. Now we've got waving yellow down there just on the exit of the inner loop, Greg. So again, that car still trying to move.
Yeah, so now as they've gone from a standing yellow to a waving yellow, that denotes that the car is actually on the track surface. And we'll see if that continues to stay out.
Yeah, that cutout right there comes all the way through, and then it kind of exit into the center there.
And it sounds like the local caution has just been withdrawn, Brian. Now, well, let's go. And with that local caution being withdrawn, it sounds like the car is either continued or is off the track surface. Well, let's watch this little fight now coming into turns 10 and 11.
It's the battle we've been watching here for the last couple of laps. And that's what I said. You've got David Gott. He's able to get right up to William Bartlett, kind of almost to the door, Greg, when you come through the inner loop, the bus stop there, all the way around until you get to turn number 11, right? Then that's when the power kind of kicks in a little bit more.
Yep. So we see there as they come onto the front straight, able to open up about 3 to 4 car lengths. And then as they come up through the S's, again, using that draft, and as small as a Lotus 7 is, you wouldn't expect there to be a huge draft, Brian. But because of the way that car is configured with the big bicycle fenders, with the suspension sitting outside, it puts a pretty nice hole in the air for a trailing car.
Yeah.
All right, and we are getting word now that car that was on the backside between the inner and outer loops did not continue. It's going to need a tow, but the driver did manage to get it into. There's a little access road, as they were able to get it off the track surface. Let's look a little further back from that fight that we were just watching, Brian, from this right here, and we're going to drop back a little bit further. With the 2 Lotus 7s and the Porsche. And that is, I think that's Lenny Stan in the 1970 911 Stan. It had some mechanical issues earlier in the week, but looks like that 911 running very well today.
Hey, well, Greg, getting a call that we have one of our red and silvers. I'm not sure if it's red and silver car up on top of the hill that may be pulled off kind of in the grass, has no power.
All right.
We'll see it as we follow this group here up there. I think that's going to be Andrew Moore in the 60 car just at the top of the hill. So Andrew Moore,
and
there he is, right there.
If you look over by the billboard on our left-hand side, on driver's right, he's pulled right up against the Armco there.
I'm sure Andrew didn't stop there for a picnic, so
no,
definitely having some problems. And
although, looking at all these banners from Mission Foods, I have a
getting a little hungry.
Yeah, I have a hankering for some, I don't know, like tacos or tortillas or something.
Grilled cheese sandwich.
Yes. Can we get that on a tortilla? That wouldn't work well on a tortilla, though.
No,
All right, so we're watching that. I think this is. No, that's not Lenny Stan though, is it? Unless he's working a car lap down. I think that's one of our other. Oh no, that's not Lenny Stan. That's Rob Hurley in the EP Porsche 911 as Hurley now making his way up with. He's got Louis Petitucci just ahead of him as they come out of the final corner now onto the front straight.
Tell you what, Greg, with the Andrew Moore kind of falling down and kind of parked over there, let's run through the top 5 here.
Sure.
As you just said, it's kind of changes, and then we'll kind of look for where Kurt Utspe is as this race continues, because we've got about just right around 2 minutes, so probably got about another lap, maybe a lap and a half. So Kurt Utspe in that 42 is going to lead overall. Todd Reed has now moved up into second place in that number 7. Tom Upshur in the 41 in third. Kenny Williamson in fourth. And then Lenny Stan, as you were just talking about, the 894 is going to be in fifth. The next time Kurt Utspe comes by, he will be getting the 1 to go, Greg. So we will have 1 lap to go the next time by Kurt comes by the start-finish line. So we'll look to try to pick him up in that black Lotus 23B.
Yeah, and so I think, Brian, I believe, let's see, I think he's at the tail end of this group right here. Now we have going into turn 10. We'll track him around, but I'm fairly certain that's the 23, the Lotus 23 of Kurt Utspe, third car.
Well,
in
he's
the
42, not the 23.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 42.
He's going to be a smaller silver. And,
yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right, and that's actually a Triumph TR4 third car in line there.
So he's coming down underneath, coming down into turn number 10. Now. So.
There.
No, not yet. He's going to be coming into your screen at the top of it right there.
There, yeah. Now he's coming in. So let's track him. There he is. All right. Finally. Thank you, Brian.
Yep. So there it is. 1 to go right there. Maybe I can meet Kurt down there at the lunch line again.
There he is.
After picking up the win.
That's right. Don't tell him that I was the one who couldn't pick out his car out of a lineup. There he is going into turn 1 now. Working the final lap here for the final mid-bore production race.
Well, I got to be honest with you. Yesterday when I met him down there, kind of introduced myself to him, he's like, I didn't even know we were doing. You know what? I'm going to try. And he goes out yesterday, and I think he ended up finishing second yesterday to Andrew Moore.
Yes.
And then now goes out and picks out the win. So, good for Kurt. And, again, hasn't finished yet, but seems pretty solid. He's been running pretty good solid lap times. I've been looking at his lap times pretty much the entire time. Got into traffic a little bit, but definitely been running into that 130 range. So pretty consistent all the way through as he comes out of the inner loop, head down to the outer loop now. We'll pick him up as he comes up down the little short chute here. Again, these cars here, if he doesn't get by them coming through, which I doubt he probably will, you may hold off a little bit. That'll give them 1 more lap. He may get by the 47 there, which would be Rob Hurley in that. So we'll have to see.
In that silver Porsche, yeah.
Yep. So it looks like he's backed off just a little bit. Not really going to go through there. Gets through that corner a little bit better, but we'll see as we cross the start-finish line whether or not he's going to give Rob another chance for another lap. I don't believe he's going to.
No!
So he doesn't give Rob Hurley another lap.
That's what you get if you don't get a good run out of the final corner.
Yeah, so
you get an early shower.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. Our winner in FM today, and our overall winner, is Kurt Utspe in his 1962 Lotus 23B.
Good run by him. Good run by most of the others. And again, most of these drivers, they still have another lap. Again, we've been, still kind of keeping an eye on that William Bartlett in that red and silver Lotus. And David still trying to get by him. Basically the second half of this race. So for a 20-some minute race, I think David Gott's been trying to get by him for probably 15 minutes now. So
yeah, and so Reed finished second. Upshur, Kenny Williamson, and Lenny Stan just crossed the line. Stan in the white Porsche 911. Williamson and Stan separated by about 1.4 seconds. So that's your top 5. Bartlett comes across the line in that silver and red Lotus Super 7 with David Gott in the Triumph. And they were, literally lock, nose to tail majority of the race. Gott only 0.6 of a second back at the checker. Adolf Badafarano in the green Lotus 7. He now comes to the line, and he's going to take the checkered flag with Louis Petitucci in the yellow Super 7, directly behind, separated by 0.4 of a second. And then Rob Hurley should be the next to cross the start-finish line. He's coming out, I think he's coming out of the final corner now onto the front straight. And, actually, no, he's not, because he was a lap down.
Yeah, he was a lap down. So,
he was the first on that lap to cross the checker.
1 lap down.
Yeah, so Uzbek laps all the way up to 10th position in a 25-car field. And Rob Hurley will round out the top 10 with Michael Lawton finishing 11th, Craig Seifert, David Bain, Kristen Poole moves up to 14th, and Philip Gott finishes in 15th position. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for a morning of coverage, Brian, and no Mission Foods for us, but maybe some grilled cheese. Sounds really good. We are going to take a break. We're going to be back from lunch right at about 1 o'clock, maybe a minute or two before 1 o'clock. We're going to kick our afternoon's coverage off with the final race from the BMW Car Club of America and their Can-Am Challenge. That is the second run group for them. And then we'll have 4 more vintage races headed up by Alfas at the Glen at 125. Then the VRG Open Wheel group, then Sports Racers and Big Bore. And then we're going to wrap things up with those Trans Am 2.5, the U2, and Tin Top cars that we started the vintage racing off with here today. So I want to thank you for joining us for our morning coverage, and we'll be back in just about an hour with more racing action from Watkins Glen International. Please stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
Welcome back, everybody, from lunch. Thank you for joining us. It is the 2025 Vintage Racers at the Glen. It is the 2025 Alfas at the Glen, and brought to you all by the Vintage Racer Group and also the BMW CCA Club Racing Can-Am Challenge for 2025. They're going to be our next group up, as Brian and I have been enjoying Jeep Day here at Watkins Glen International. Has been about 100 or so different Jeeps taking laps of Watkins Glen International, and the most beautiful Toyota Camrys you ever could see, that we got to know so well last night here at the Glen, Brian. All right, real quick, we're getting ready to get underway with our first race here of the afternoon. First, let's bring up a quick look of the course that we're running today. This is the short course, the NASCAR version of Watkins Glen International. Originally opened up in this configuration, minus the inner loop bus stop in 1956, about a mile shorter than the long course that we ran yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we ran all the way down in through the boot, and like we said this morning, Greg, when we went on there, well, we took our boots off, so we're not going to run our boots. We're going to run the short course here. Again, still has that undulation up, back and through, especially coming out of turn 1, heading up into turn 2, up through the S's. You've got that uphill climb. Then we're going to come down a little bit of a backstretch there. We're going to get kind of into what we call the inner loop or the bus stop, as it is. Going to make that sharp right-hander, then that left back and through there. Then you got a little bit of a downhill through the outer loop here, coming out of turn number 5, and then we're going to take the shortcut all the way straight through here till we get into our 9A, our 9,
turn 10,
right into turn 10
and 11.
And then 11, right? So you've got the left-hander and then the right-hander, and we do know that a Ram 2500 will handle very well there, so I guarantee these BMWs are going to go a little bit faster through there.
All right, so Brian, as the pace car is now about to bring the field down for their pace up, let's quickly look at the schedule for this afternoon. Again, we're going to be leading things off here with the second race of the day for the BMW Car Club of America's Can-Am Challenge, and the different classes there are listed at the bottom of the screen. And then we will have hopefully a little bit longer race for the Alfas at the Glen today, and then wrap things up with 3 Vintage Racer Group races to round out this weekend's schedule. So let's go back and take a look as the pace car now starting to leave the pit lane with our field following. Brian, why don't we run down starting order?
Yeah, these guys are scheduled to go out in this order. I do know that some of them may not be down there just by looking at the size of the field, but we'll give you kind of the top 10, top 12. Scheduled to start on the pole there in 226. That's going to be Will Vanderjack. Starting in the second position, that's the 07 of Robert Chang. Starting in the third position is the 014 of Brooks Friedman. Starting in the fourth position, that's the 288. That's going to be Peter Agapaglo. Starting in the fifth position in one of our exhibitions, that's going to be one of our Porsche Caymans there, Greg. That's going to be the 29 of Jason Alexander. Scott Glennie's going to start sixth. He's in the 399. Brent Stover is going to roll off in that seventh position in that 672 with John Alexander, again, another one of our Porsche Caymans, in that 271, scheduled to start off in the 8th position. Jared Randall's going to start 9th in that number 96, while Kurt Olson's going to roll off 10th in that 417. Scheduled to start 11th is going to be the 173, and that's going to be Adrian Popscu. Starting in the 12th position, that's the 32 of David DeJesus. Starting in the 13th position, that's 703 of Chris Wally. Scheduled to start in the 14th position, that's the 88 of Michael Wetzel, with Todd Brown going to roll off in that 846. And I know Todd had some problems yesterday.
Right.
Scheduled to roll up 15th. Not sure if Todd's going to make it out here today, but we'll see. Richard Diaz is going to start in the 16th position in that 013, while Job Neiman is going to start off in that 888, and he's going to roll off 17th. Matthew Noonan's going to roll off in that number 70 machine, scheduled to start in the 18th position, while the 487 of Ryan Agnew scheduled to roll off on the 19th. Gregory Teese is going to roll off in the 20th position in the 067, while Gordy Wagner in that 36 scheduled to roll off on the 21st. Michael Saul in that 595, scheduled to start in the 22nd position, while Greg Martin, he's going to be in the 23rd position in that 051. Francis Medavir is going to be in the scheduled starting position of the 24th in that 515 514, while Chris Benoit in the 003 scheduled to start 25th as our cars are starting to come through that little short chute. Warren Wolff is going to start in the 26th position in that 392, while Mark Exon is in the 124. He's going to start 28th. That should round out our top field here, Greg, and I'll tell you what, I don't know if we have 28 cars.
It looks a little bit shorter than that, but we've got, I think they're somewhere around 12 to 13 rows, so I think we're actually pretty close, Brian, here as we get ready for the start of our race. We've got the pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to Vanajak and Chang, the two C-Mod cars on the front straight. And starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again here at Watkins Glen International, Brian, as we've got a couple cars trying to sneak all the way up the inside driver's right as they make their way down into turn one. But it is going to be it looks like the Vanajak car holding drivers. Actually, did Vanajak make the start? He did not.
That's actually going to be Brooks Friedman and
exactly.
Robert Yang. Chang is going to be kind of in your first two cars. I think Friedman there is going to get the front spot there right now, Greg, as they took off down in turn one and up through the S's. Looks like he was able to hold that line. There you see there, it looks like he may be just in front of the Robert Yang Chang machine in that 07.
All right, as the field now making their way through the bus stop for the very first time. And Brian, it always amazes me here when we run the short course, how quickly these laps complete here. But the hands are always working. But again, this corner here coming down through the outer loop, such a different approach than what we saw yesterday in how you turn in and how you want to carry as much speed as possible down here into turn 10. And we saw in some of our vintage races earlier today, Brian, where the probably 10 or 15 miles an hour greater speeds that the racers are carrying into those final two corners can really catch people out as opposed to what they carry coming out of turn 9.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because you carry such a momentum and such speed coming down through that outer loop, Greg. You have a lot more. So when you get, as you just said, when you get down into turn number 10, you're not expecting it to come up on you that quickly.
All right, as field now starts to make their way up through the S's. Good fight there. Actually, Jared Randall, not in class. Jared Randall is currently running third in C-Mod, and he's got the Porsche Cayman GT4 machine of Jason Alexander all over the rear. And actually there, Alexander going to taking a look now to the inside as they head down to the bus stop.
Yeah, you know what, Greg? One of the, when we were talking to Scott Sterling yesterday during this race here, he was really big on looking at the IP class too. When we talked about Ryan Agnew and Jaap Neiman, that was a battle for the points championship,
right?
Going in after New Jersey when they had their last race. Not sure whether or not this is going to count towards that points, or they're just going to do from yesterday, but. Right out of the start right here, Ryan Agnew jumps on top here of Jaap Neiman, and Jaap, he ended up making that pass over Agnew yesterday, so he ended up going above. So that points championship's definitely going to come down towards the end. They've still got a couple more races, and as Scott was saying yesterday, not everybody will race all of those races, so the points championship could come down to the very last weekend.
All right, well, tell you what, let's take a look. Oh, and I just had him go across the start-finish line. Let's take a look at that IP race, Brian, with Neiman, Agnew, Noonan, as they come into turn one. They were jockeying for position coming out of the outer loop into turn 10, and it hasn't stopped now as these three right here start to make their way up the hill, all in E36 M3s.
Right there going through your screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're going so quick, Brian. I'm having trouble keeping up. So let's get them now.
Right there, as it looks like that may be Agnew and Neiman going to go side by side, and what's going to end up happening is that is actually going to bring Noonan right back into the fold here as they get back single file. So pretty good move here early on to get single file through there. You don't want to be pushing the issue right now as they run over those rumble strips. That car can throw you off to the driver's left.
All right, and the trailing car there, Brian, is the white E30 M3 of Adrian Popescu, who is currently running third in C-Mod. And there we go. Let me try and actually catch up to him again here as they go into turn 10. And Popescu really showing the lights there, trying to get into the mirrors of Matthew Noonan in the IP car ahead. And, Noonan, he's got two in-class competitors that he really has to contend with. That I'm sure he just probably doesn't appreciate the pressure that the C-Mod car behind is putting on.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on that. As you said, you get into these multi-class races. Even though you are racing, you kind of really don't want to get into somebody else's race, but you don't want their race to hold you up as well. So,
and it looks like now Noonan starting to close things up just a little bit on Neiman. Ahead Neiman in there, and now they go. That's the E30 car. Trying to make a pass now and trying to get ahead of Ryan Agnew, and he does. And so Agnew definitely separated out from his IP brethren there, Neiman and Noonan, who are running 8th and 9th. Popescu, or probably Agnew now, falling back to 11th overall.
Yeah, bouncing back and forth. Again, still a little bit of ways to go here. So, one of the things we were talking about, Scott, yesterday too, is that when these guys, as they start getting, kind of spread out a little bit, that's when you see where, some of these drivers tend to take it easy a little bit, and then next thing you know, you've got another driver there that's really having a problem through it, and you get bunched up within that multi-class, so it becomes a little bit of a problem here as we go back and we look at that IP going down into turn one. Job Neiman now going to move up top over Matthew Noonan, which is going to allow Ryan Agnew to drop back. So again, if you're looking at points, Agnew's going to drop at least two more, positions for terms of gaining points or losing points in this short course race, if it is counting towards their championship. That seems to be the closest battle. Robert Chang right now, our overall leader here in that C-Mod class, kind of opened up by about 2 seconds over Brooks Friedman. Remember, Brooks had a problem yesterday in that afternoon race. So,
yeah, and so Friedman is your B-Mod leader, whereas Chang is running in the C-Mod class. We might want to check in on that in just a moment here, Brian, because Todd Brown, running third overall, about 0.3 back from Friedman, is currently running second in C-Mod. And I'm sure would like to find a way around Brooks Friedman if he can to get back up to Robert Chang.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, when you're still trying to get around. Sorry, trying to get around that Brooks Friedman machine is going to be difficult. As we saw him, he was pretty stout when he didn't have that problem. Was right up front.
And I think we got him here coming up through the S's, Brian. I think I've got them. I think I have. But I'm not 100% sure.
Like the little engine that could. I think
yes.
I can.
Yes. Can you help me out here?
Yeah, so Brooks Friedman is going to be kind of in a white and a blue kind of labeled machine there. And I think that may be him in front.
Yeah. I was thinking this one right here. That he's
with
starting
the
to make
red nose?
that he's starting to make his way through the back of the field there. With although again, we'll
keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
But I'm almost I think you're right. I think that he does have Robert Chang just now went by the start-finish line.
Okay,
so they're going to be headed down into turn one. So
all right, so let's pick them up from here.
So the first white car is going to be Robert Chang right there with the wing, and then there is Friedman right there.
Okay,
which means Todd Brown is in the black.
The fourth car in this whole line.
Yeah,
who just gave up a position.
Well, he didn't give up a position. He was making a pass, so he's definitely got a one of the slower cars that they're going around from the back half of this field. They're trying to work around those three cars. So as they come through, that white and that blue, that is the 014 there. And I think Todd Brown was able to get by him as they come through here. So we'll keep an eye on this right here. There goes Chang right there going into the outer loop. Here comes, I'm going to go a little too wide. That's Todd Brown in the black and the red, and then Brooks Friedman is going to be in that white and that blue right there.
The third car on the line.
Third car on the line, yep. So again, give Todd Brown, move him up into second, which means now he's going to be closer to Robert Chang in that C-Mod. So we'll see if he's going to be able to run him down He was about a half a second slower last time, but again, he was trying to get through. Actually, he was 0.2 faster than Robert Chang.
Yeah,
and then he had some of the challenges.
Traffic.
Yeah, now he's got some challenges getting through the traffic. Once he gets through that, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to run Chang down, as Chang now comes up on one of the other back markers as well, coming out of turn number 1, headed up through the S's right now.
Yeah, and Chang that last time by was almost 2 seconds, actually 2.5 seconds faster than Todd Brown.
Yeah, that's a product of the traffic here, Greg. You hit them in certain spots and you can't get through. It will slow your lap time down tremendously, where Chang was able to get through there quite easily.
Yeah, and now we have the Porsche Cayman there, Brian, of Jason Alexander challenging Brooks Friedman coming up the hill. As that car now starting to really show some pace, and it looks like he has maybe worked his way around Friedman.
Yeah, again, our Cayman's running in the exhibition right there. I believe that's the 29. That is Alexander that you were talking about. So,
yes, he now clears himself. And again, it's interesting. Of course, the grid for this race, Brian. These racers had a session this morning, a combined session with Group 1, with BMW CCA Group 1. Maybe had some drivers where they didn't get the ability to put in some good laps. And so, now under race conditions, we're seeing where the racecraft comes to the fore. And with maybe a little bit less track density, you're seeing some drivers that may have been maybe a little couple tenths or so of a second off of where perhaps they thought they should be.
Yeah.
Now showing that under race pace.
Yeah, Jared Randall getting stuck there in that 96 machine. He was almost 3 wide coming through the short chute last time by, coming down in there. So Jared having a little bit of problem with that slower traffic trying to get through it. And for a minute there, I thought he's just in front of these guys here getting by. But yeah, most definitely having that challenge coming through that outer loop. That can get a little bit tricky when you're 2 and then even throw in 3 wide.
Yeah. All right, real quick, Brian, let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Alfas at the Glen Racers, please start heading to the grid. Alfas at the Glen Racers, please start making your way to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, this battle here continues to rage on through here. This is some of our back marker traffic there, I believe. It's either Kurt, that may be Kurt Olson and Michael Wetzel. We'll have to keep an eye on the numbers when they come by the next time. But those two have been kind of going at it pretty much since the start of the race. There goes Jared Randall now. So I do believe that we are going to have that group come by any moment. Actually, that is some other slower one. So that is not Olson and Wetzel, Greg. So we'll have to find them. I think they're just now coming through. There goes Michael Wetzel. There's Matthew Noonan. He's still leading the IP class over Job Neiman. Now moved Ryan Agnew up into 3rd. And that battle is going to continue to get closer as they head down out of turn number 1 right there. Coming into your screen, that is Matthew Noonan, that first car with Job Neiman behind him, and then Ryan Agnew in that 487. There they go right there, gotten through by one of the other cars. I believe that is that Adrian Popsecue in that white number 173 as well. So those 4 cars have been there, and one of them going to go really far driver's right, Greg. Not sure that's going to be the right line. You're going to have to tuck back in, or you're going to have to make that pass, as they're going to decide to go 2 wide there. And I believe that is actually Neiman and Agnew.
All right, well, we're going to continue to watch. That was a great move, though, Brian. He made his intentions clear very, very early, came up the inside, and just went a little bit deeper on the brakes. Now, the advantage you have going into the bus stop, Brian, like that, all the way from driver's right, is you can, one, control a little bit better when the driver to your left actually can turn in. He has to wait for you, more or less, before he turns in. And not only that, it also makes it a little bit straighter line for you on entrance going through there, that you don't have to make the huge transitions of the car from left to the right in order to navigate the bus stop.
Yeah. Well, really what that did is that was Ryan Agnew and Yab Neiman Yam in the black with the orange kind of side panels there in that 8.8 machine. That allowed Noonan to open up, Greg, almost 2.5 seconds over that group, as opposed to where they were just tenths of each other the last lap by, because going through that 2 wide through 5, all really kind of in the entire bus stop all the way down into the outer loop.
And Brian, we've got, look at this. We've got car off on driver's left, and I think that might be, and there are 2 cars, Brian, if you look just shy of the corner station, there's another car, driver's left. We'll try, or probably drive our left, your right.
Yeah. I think one of those, Greg, the one with the white nose there may be the 003 of Chris Benoit.
Okay.
They were kind of in that group. So you got 1 car on driver's right, 1 car on driver's left. Not sure of the other car, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. But I think that white nose car may have been Benoit.
And Brian, this may bring out a full course caution. We are getting word that there is some debris down on the track surface as well, going up through the S's.
Yeah.
And there you go. We are going now to a full course caution here at Watkins Glen International with 11 laps in the books. Our leader, Robert Chang, in the 07 machine,
just went by the start-finish line too,
exactly. So he's going to be coming down there. He is coming into turn, not that one. I think the third car in line. Yeah, he's coming down into turn 1. And the safety car now has been deployed. There is our leader in the white 07.
Yeah.
And, of course, that's going to allow Todd Brown to close up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. That's going to allow him to move right up. There they are, right there. They just went through that screen. So he was actually catching him a little bit, because Robert Chang went through some traffic. Last time by, Greg, he was 4 seconds slower. So where we had that gap of almost 3 seconds, it is now down. Well, now it's down to nothing. Basically, right? But after that last lap, it was under that 2 seconds. So.
All right, well, we're going to have to see here, Brian. A lot of these racers, when they went to full course caution, they quickly went to a black flag. But so far, that command has not come out. Now, the other issue, Brian, is that when the safety car deployed, there's our leader coming through the outer loop. The safety car did not pick up our leader, and I'll try to pick up and see where our safety car is now. I think the safety car is going to try and wave everybody by in order to pick up the leader.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, the leader, and again, with him not really realizing kind of where it is, it's going to have to be, as you said, a pace car will wave him by.
Yeah, and also notice that Robert Chang now, he's backing out of the throttle a little bit. He knows he's your leader.
Yep.
And I think he's going to try to create that gap.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely going to slow up enough. Yeah. So we're getting word it's going to be tough to do that if we do that. So we'll see. And I think the pace car may be coming right down now into turn number 10. Greg, is it really through there?
Yep, and that's exactly.
Which means our leaders are all the way up in just now crossing going into the scene. Yeah, going into the S's there. So.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll see how this plays out. There you go. As we've got our leader Chang. Quickly, Brian, let's run down some of our class leaders here in C-Mod. It is Robert Chang and Todd Brown running 1-2. Jared Randall running in third. Matthew Noonan with the lead, with Job Neiman and Gregory Teese running 1-2-3. In B-Mod, Brooks Freeman, Warren Wolf. And in IS, Gordy Wagner, Michael Saul, Francois Medivier. And what we've just received word of, Brian, is that when Robert Chang comes onto the front straight, he's going to see the checkered flag.
Yeah. Yeah, so just not enough time to get these cars back together, unfortunately. Again, with basically time is kind of running out.
Right.
Overall anyway, as we were starting to wind down here. So, again, next time he comes by, they will go ahead and get that checkered flag. So,
all right. So the starter's they've got the double yellows out. Starter holds the checkered flag, and Robert Chang will take the checker. He'll be the first to take the checker. He takes the win in C-Mod over Todd Brown. He'll finish right behind him. Brooks Freeman comes across the line, and he will take the B-Mod win, finishes third overall. Jason Alexander in his Cayman GT4 Club Sport will finish fourth, takes the win in the exhibition class. Jared Randall and Kirk Olson finish fifth and sixth overall, finish third and fourth in C-Mod. Our only M2 Spec racer, Michael Wetzel, will finish seventh overall today. Then we get to the IP class where Matthew Newman and Job Neiman will finish 1-2 in class, eighth and ninth overall. Adrian Popescu will finish 10th. Eric Polipchuk will finish 11th overall, takes the win in PWR 4. Then Greg Teese in IP, Mark Eckstein in exhibition, Gordy Wagner and Michael Saul in IS. Then Francois Metvier in IS. So that is, I believe, second, third, and fourth in class. Greg Martin, 17th overall, also in the IS class. Warren Wolf, Ryan Agnew, Charles Benoit. That rounds out your top 20.
And looking out here at the window through my binoculars,
yes,
and just looking at the number of laps, it does look like that was Benoit and Ryan Agnew in there. So that is going to be a huge points thing going on, because now he dropped all the way down into fourth in that class with Gregory Teese going around him. So,
all right, well, that's going to wrap things up. Brian, unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles as far as how it finished, but that's going to wrap things up for the second and final race today, part of the BMW Car Club of America's Can-Am Challenge. Next up, it's going to be the Alfas at the Glen, but first we're going to take a quick break. The fine folks here from Watkins Glen are going to do some cleanup, and we'll come back with 4 more races for you this afternoon. Please stay with us.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Racer Group Vintage Races at the Glen with special guests, Alfas at the Glen, who we're about to see come on track now, Brian, for their second race of the weekend. The Alfas at the Glen is run here at WGI once every 5 years, and it's been every 5 years since 2005. So what does that make? 20 years now that we have seen the Alfas at the Glen. And, interesting to note that the first ever...
Once every 5 years would be, they've had 4 races.
That'll be, 4 races every 5 years. It's still 20 years.
Yep, exactly.
I have enough fingers and even toes to get that done.
Put your shoes back on.
So, Brian, interesting, of course, before Watkins Glen International was built, there were races on the streets here of the town of Watkins Glen, and the very first street race, raced in 1948, was won by Frank Griswold in a 1938 Alfa 8C 2900. Now, as our racers are coming up behind the pace car, we've got 2 pace cars technically today, Brian. We've got the pace car that is supplied by Watkins Glen International, and right behind, and it was out yesterday as well, absolutely beautiful, 1924 Alfa Romeo RLTF, TF being, of course, Targa Florio. This car has spent quite a bit of its lifetime in Italy and then in the UK. And we have it here this weekend, and we're thankful to have it and appreciative to have it pacing our field here at Watkins Glen International. Brian, why don't we start running down the starting order? It looks like we're missing a few of our entries that we had somewhere along the lines of 25 yesterday. I don't know if we've got that full number here today.
Yeah, even supposed to schedule to have 16. I don't think we're going to have a full 16 here, but I'll give you some of them. Scheduled to start on the pole is Eric Wood in the blue number 28. Don't believe he's out there. Didn't see him down on the grid, and looking at our cameras, not seeing that at all either. Alan Mitchell's going to roll off second here in the 83. Nick Font, who picked up a win earlier today and rolling out in that number 11. Greg Safarian in that number 94 is going to roll out in the 4th position with Rich Stallman in the 87, supposed to start 5th. Don't believe I saw him out there as well. Scheduled to roll off 6th is Vince Vaccaro in that 99 with the 19 of Robert Brady, scheduled to start out there in the 7th position, with Michael Lawton scheduled to start in the 8th position. Did not see any one of those cars out there as well. Bradley Price going to roll off 9th in that number 27, with the 10th being Lon Barrett in that 44. John Rocketsey is going to be in that number 2 to roll off 11th. And starting in the 12th position, that's Melanie Mitchell. She'll be in that 82 machine. Todd Redmond is going to start off 13th in that 96, while Tom Raganetti is going to start in that 115. He's going to schedule to start 14th. Jeff Melvin's going to roll up in the 15th position in the 63, with David Bearden in the 67. I know we have a few others that came in late. I think Rob Maracas is going to be in that 81 with Dylan Ryder in the 29, along with Dr. Bernardo Martinez in that 22, Greg.
All right, Brian, starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. It's Alfas at the Glen as they make their way down the front straight and head into turn 1 for the very first time today. Beautiful bunch of race cars we have out here. We've got Julias, we've got Alfettas, we've got GTV 6s and Spiders, and should be a wonderful race here today. Hopefully you'll run a little bit longer than yesterday, as we also and we also have, let me not forget, we've also got some Alfa 75 Milanos, like the very first car in the line here, making its way up, driven by Alan Mitchell. That's a car that I've seen for many years in the Mid-Atlantic, because we do appear to have at least one car, Brian, a little bit off the pace, pulled itself out of line there. We'll see if it can make it back to the...
well, it should be able to kick right in there next to that corner worker there and possibly take that cutout there. There is a cutout there they can do if they can get that car to turn. But I tell you what, the 83, and that's actually going to be the 27 of Bradley Price.
Yeah,
that's right at that station.
Yeah, the 27 car, and it's pulled onto that little access road, as you mentioned, Brian. So we're going to be able to stay clean and green here.
Yeah, it looks like we're definitely going to be able to stay green. It looks like it may be out of the way right there. But again, yeah, this is a group here, Greg, yesterday, unfortunately, where we ended up having, I believe that was David LeBron who ended up kind of expiring a motor
on the first
really
lap,
coming out of turn number 2, heading up the X's. Yeah, you're right, on that opening lap, which enabled this group really to not get a lap in this race. Now, most of these drivers have raced in the other races in the other groups this weekend, so good to see that we've got one lap completed here in the Alfas at the Glen in 2 days. So the 24 hours of Alfas at the Glen, we've completed the lap. So
there we go.
Right now, Alan Mitchell in that number 83 machine, again in that Milano 75 that you were talking about, your early leader. Nick Font, who we saw pick up the win earlier this morning in that number 11 machine, sitting in second with Vince Vaccaro, Greg Safarian. Melody Mitchell is going to be in that 5th position. Lon Barrett 6th. John Rockensey 7th as we move down the line. Again, it looks like we've had 11 cars. We actually had 12 cars take the green flag. 11 completed that first lap with Bradley Price, as we mentioned here, Greg, down there next to that the turn 4 marker there. Again, that little cutout. As these cars start to spread out a little bit across. I think we've got a good battle here right now. I believe that's going to be Melanie Mitchell and Lon Barrett just now coming underneath the camera right there. That is the battle for actually 5th and 6th. Melanie Mitchell in that 1982 Alfa Romeo, that GTV6. And then you've got Lon Barrett in that Alfa, that Alfaretta. In that blue, that Alfetta, sorry, in that 1976 machine. So pretty good battle between those two cars as they come by out of turn number 11 and head down towards the start-finish line now. You'll see Melanie opened up by about 3 or 4 car lengths there over Lon, in that 44 machine. A little bit further back in that too, John Rockensey's as well starting to put his name in the hat right there before that battle for that 5th position between both of those. Last time by, he was a little bit slower than those other two, but definitely has moved up within probably about a second now, as opposed to when they crossed the start-finish line. It was at 2. Got through turn 1 really, really good and really quick, and able to close that gap as they come here up on top of the hill, go through this little chute here. There you can see there's the 2, and now we'll throw in the 115 there of Tom Raganetti as well.
Yeah, as Raganetti has made up some ground. He's got a 67 Alfa Giulia Spider, Alfa Giulia Super, and he's starting to tighten things up there at the back of the field now. As we see, taking a quick look underneath Melanie Mitchell is Lon Barrett, and he looks like
that's actually going to be.
I'm sorry, Barrett's in the blue, and that's Rockensey's exactly
so
in the number 2.
He got by both of them.
Both of them, yeah.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, so my mistake there. Barrett is in the blue 76 Alfetta, and he drops back now 2 positions and now is 3rd in that line. Melanie Mitchell 2nd in the line, and Rockensey's, as you said, great moves by him coming up through the S's to leapfrog both of those racers. While Raganetti just kind of, well, I don't want to say he's just sitting back there watching, but yeah, appears that way from afar. Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, VRG Group 3. That's our open wheel and prototype racers. Please start heading to the grid. Open wheel and prototype, or at least open wheel racers, not prototypes. Open wheel, wrong organization. Open wheel racers, please start heading to the grid, VRG Group 3. Forgot where I was for a moment.
Yeah,
Brian.
there you go. Tell you what, Greg, one of the things I do want to look at is that, in timing and scoring, it has, John Rockensey's in the 2 machine. Okay. I believe he is actually in the 29.
29, that's, yeah.
I believe. So keep an eye on that, because that is the only car that would have gone by Barrett and Mitchell there, as
right.
A couple of these cars not being picked up on timing and scoring, like Bernardo Martinez just went by the start-finish line, and he has showing no laps completed, but I guarantee you he has completed 3 laps.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, and he may be having a transponder issue.
Sure.
As a matter of fact, Martinez. So yesterday, Brian, we had 2 noted Alfa Romeo racers here with us. We had Jack Beck, and we also had Steve Schwitters. Steve being 1980 SCCA G-Prod National Champion, took that win in, I believe, an Alfa Spider. But Jack Beck was talking about the car that Bernardo is driving, and it's a GTA Junior 1968 machine that I think he referred to him quite lovingly. We'll try and track him down on track here as Fat Albert.
Yes.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Because that car had some very wide fenders attached to it to be able to run a lot of rubber underneath it for the time, and we'll try and pick that car up on track here momentarily. And I think I may have just missed it, so we'll check the next camera here.
Yeah, that's Vaccaro and Safarian right there.
Yeah.
And I believe, Greg, and I was just sitting here looking through here, we do have a 29. I believe that's Dylan Ryder in the yellow and the red.
Okay.
He may be having transponder issues as well,
okay.
Because John Rockins is in the 2, which is the red with the yellow nose. So.
Okay.
Here comes Dr. Bernardo Martinez there.
There he is, coming onto the front straight. The 22, that was the car, Brian, the 22 car. There, and he just left our frame. We'll get him coming down into turn 1. But the red 22, that's Fat Albert with, and you could tell it is a much more, there he is, and we'll try and get him coming into turn 2 and up through the S's. It's somewhat, how do we say this lovingly? You don't want to call a beautiful woman,
you may want to stop right there.
Rubenesque.
Is
that maybe the term to use?
You may want to stop right there.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
We may get shut down here quickly.
Yeah, but very. It had just, and it's not just the fenders. You can see where the nose is widened out as well. That it's not just like a bunch of fender flares.
Sure.
Put on a lot of loving care was given to the body of this machine.
Yep.
And so and there you go, the 2 cars that we're watching before, and Jack, when we had him in the booth yesterday, he said he purchased this car. This Fat Albert here is a former SCCA National Championship winning car, and there you go with the big fenders. He's gonna hold off the lead cars behind him. He's being shown the blue flag now to let them by, and he does, but. Say that I think yesterday that even though it had a national championship winning pedigree, that he was actually able to purchase it on a payment plan, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, which is not something you see, and it kind of got a big old smile on his face, right? When
he was very. It alluded to the fact that not only did we find it very very comforting, but his wife did as well at the time.
Thank you in the chat, Vaughn. Yes, that is Dylan Ryder in the 29. Again, transponder not picking up, but Dylan just now going by the start-finish line down into turn number 1. So, again, not being picked up right there. You can actually put him up into 5th and move everybody back one.
We'll just handwrite him in, Brian.
Yeah, well, that's what I just did. I just handwrote him in, through that. So, but Greg, as you were talking about Bernardo Martinez in that car with that number 22, I tell you what, there was a great move by Vince Vaccaro as they were coming through the outer loop there. Safarian in that 94 machine kind of went with the 22, kind of staying wide there, and Vaccaro pushed his nose and pushed his car through, as now they're going to come up through turn 5 right here through the in the inner loop bus stop. Vaccaro is going to be able to hold Safarian off in that number 94, but he stuck it in there and really made that 94 machine really work hard to get by Dr. Bernardo Martinez, because that they were almost 3 wide towards the center of that corner. So we'll go through here, and you can see Vaccaro starting to opening up a little bit now over Greg Safarian in that number 94. Again, what that is allowing to do, Greg, is with those two battling, is they're going to cross the start-finish line and head down into turn number 1. That is actually allowing Dylan Ryder to get up there. He's just going to go past one of our other cars right there. I believe they were just getting ready to go by. I believe that may be the 63 of Jeff Melvin. I believe. So keep an eye. We've also got another battle going down into turn 1 here. That's going to come across into your screen. That was going to come into your screen there. That was the battle between 5th and 6th between Lon Barrett and John Rockensies. They were actually too wide going down past the start-finish line down into 1. There they are right there. So there you go. There's Lon Barrett. He's going to hold off Rockensies. Rockensies tried to move out. John tried to make that move, wasn't able to get that to stick. And so that enabled Lon Barrett to keep that position and move him about a car length ahead. There's Melanie Mitchell now just coming up over the hill as well, where that was a 3-car battle. That is now only a 2-car battle.
Yeah.
Greg, if we can, let's go ahead and let's pick up, because we haven't talked about these two, but this is really gaining some traction here. Let's go down into turn number 1 right now. Let's pick up our overall leaders with Nick Font and Alan Mitchell. They just went out of your screen right there. So it looks like that Nick Font was able to make that pass over Alan Mitchell in that 83, and he did that coming out of turn number 11. Got a great run out of there and went side by side. So pretty good battle between both of those cars as well as our 3rd and 4th place cars. So we got 2 really good races, one for the lead and then one for 3rd and 4th as well, which is going to be a little bit further back from this. But this battle continues to enrage on, basically. But you know, we saw Nick Font earlier this morning, who pretty much had that dominant race in that first group.
Yeah, and so Mitchell, who pretty much had the lead from the drop of the green flag now, and falling back behind the 68 GTV there of Nick Font, and great run so far from that Alfa 75 Milano.
Yeah.
But you can see you're just not able to keep that pace up.
So we have the 81 going by Robert Marcus, and I tell you what, I think he's having some transponder issues as well, because he's not being picked up by timing and scoring. So we got a couple cars there out on the racetrack not being picked up by timing and scoring. As we go through, there goes your 2 leaders there. I tell you what, Greg, since we got about 5 minutes left to go in this, 5.5 minutes, why don't we go and make a call for our next group?
Absolutely. VRG Group 3 open wheel racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. VRG Group 3 open wheel racers, please head to the grid.
Yeah, good pickup right there when you're on your camera. That is the battle for Vince Vaccaro in the 99, Greg Safarian, and I believe that is the 29 there is going to be Dylan Ryder. So that is going to be the battle from 3rd really through 5th. So they head down into turn 1, and I tell you what, Dylan Ryder's really made up a lot of ground. And again, when you have those 2 cars with Vaccaro and Safarian going, side by side, pretty much from turn 5 all the way around,
it's not
that hard to do.
Right, I was going to say, even as fast as this course is, it's still not the fast way around to do that.
Well, clearly it's shown that, with both of those drivers really trying to work, as you can see here now, it looks like Safarian's going to go driver's left and try to set up to come in there in there. So it looks like he is he's going to make that pass. I'm not sure if Vaccaro just didn't get through, or whether or not Vaccaro may have a little bit of an issue. Well, gets through there quite well.
And for a moment there, I think Ryder had some thoughts about going around the outside, and taking a position going through the bus stop, and just wasn't quite close enough to get it done. Now let's see here as they come underneath our camera stand here. Ryder's not able to make up that much ground, but he's going to take a look to the inside now, going into turn 10. Let's see if he can get that pass done, and if he does, Brian, certainly that is going to let the lead car in that group, let it maybe walk away.
Yeah, not sure what happened there coming into turn 5. There you go. There's Safarian going by going by the start-finish line now, and he's kind of opened up by about 1.6 seconds over Vaccaro. Now Vaccaro's got to defend against Dylan Ryder, but they were so nose to tail and so close going into turn 5 into that bus stop that it just seemed like Vaccaro's car, once it got through that section, just didn't really – it's like it lost some pace. You know, I'm wondering if he's having potentially maybe some brake issues after that, because that car just doesn't seem to get through or get into the corners as well as it was. As you can see, that 94 has opened up quite a bit, than where he was, a lap ago.
Now, of course, they're also coming up on some slower traffic right now that is going 2 and 3 wide through the bus stop. Corner workers there showing these racers blue flags, letting them know.
We're going to go 3 wide, almost 4 wide. Somebody's going to have to make a
Fat Albert, hips don't lie there, Brian, as Doc Martinez there got stuck right in the middle, but look at this.
We're still going 3 wide there, and I believe that may be Raganetti in that 115 machine in there with Jeff Melvin. We had 5 cars there battling, really coming through the outer loop there, looking for that optimum line, and really what happened was
none of them found it.
Well, I was going to say not one of them found that line that they needed to hit. Greg Saparian got kind of stuck out there, and now you look at it. When they come out and they go by the start-finish line here, Vaccaro was able to close up a little bit. The odd man, or the odd driver out was Dylan Ryder there, because now look how much time he has lost when he was right there up on the back of Vaccaro. There goes Vaccaro. There is Ryder right there.
Car lengths.
Oh, yeah. Pat Albert got really hippie there going in through the turn.
That's right.
Into the outer loop.
Shakira.
Correct. That was my next comment.
That's right.
Again, you got to have fun with the Alfas, right? I mean, it's just everybody trying to vie for that same spot on the racetrack to try to do it. As Nick Font now goes by the start-finish line to head down. Getting ready to put a lap on Melanie Mitchell in that number 82 machine. So, again, Nick Font continuing that dominance through this weekend right now, Greg.
All right, Mayor, let's go and see if we can pick up our leader. I think he's coming there. He is coming up through turn 2 and up the hills. He just got that pass made on Melanie Mitchell in her GTV6.
Wait for some of these cars to come through there. There it is. Nick Font kind of opening up through there. Looks like we may have had a change. So it looks like the 83 there of Alan Mitchell. We'll have to see. Maybe he pulled off, or did he go back? Oh, he
pulled onto the pit lane. Yeah, he pulled onto the pit lane.
There was a report that he may have had something starting to fall off on the bottom of that car and kind of pulled in a little bit. About 2 or 3 laps ago they were looking at it, but definitely see where he's pulled off.
Those Milanos do have inboard brakes, and so if something's going to fall off the bottom and the back of the car, I'd hate for it to be, I don't know, something like some brake rotors or a caliper.
Right?
Yeah.
They were like looking kind of in the...
All right, so our leader now coming to the line, Brian, Nick Font, and taking the 1 to go signal. 1 more lap remaining here for our second Alfas at the Glen race of the weekend. And a far more successful one, I think, Brian.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, with Alan Mitchell falling out, Greg, really what that does is that opens up the battle now, where we had that battle earlier with Safarian and with Vaccaro. That actually now is going to be the battle for second.
All right, so
overall,
let's jump to that fight if we can. We'll try and track it down here on course.
Well, I have a feeling you're going to track down where I believe Vaccaro may have pulled off somewhere. I've got the 21. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't have a 21 listed here, but I may have missed Vaccaro going by. I saw Safarian going by, but I did not see Vaccaro going by, but we'll see. But that's Dylan Ryder up there in the turn number 10 right there, Greg, who spun coming out of there. So looks like Nick Font there going to come underneath that bridge, head down that start-finish line, going to pick that win up here right now.
And you know what, Brian? I think I called that one to go a lap early.
Oh.
There you go. Now the starter holding out the New York or New Jersey finger. As our leader, there he goes by us now through turn 2 and up the S's. So here, we'll start it all again.
There we go. So he has one more to go.
One more.
He was working with 2, which was 2 and 1, and then now it's the 1.
The starter was giving him the peace sign, and
All right. Still got that battle with
right ahead.
I can see is in Lon Barrett right there.
Yeah.
That's the battle. That's actually a battle for 4th and 5th between those two right there. So our leader going to come up on that battle as well. Remember, we were showing in that one camera shot, and I'm sure we'll see it unless he has continued on. We did have Dylan Ryder spin through turn number 10. It looks like he may have continued. I'm not seeing that car.
I think he managed to get back underway.
Nope, still sitting over there.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Still sitting over there on the other side of the camera, so not able to get that done. But what that's going to do, that's going to allow Lon Barrett, John Rockensees another lap here, as here comes Nick Font in that number 11 machine. Going to pick up his second win of the day.
Yeah, congratulations to him. Nick Font in his 1968 Alfa Romeo GTV. And so let's pick up some of our other racers coming through. Yeah, and it sounds like Dylan Ryder, he's all by his lonesome out there and not able to get that car back and moving. There were some thoughts that perhaps he'd be able to get it back underway, but doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah, going to be able to hold that off. A couple cars coming down through here, going to pick up this checker flag. I believe there is coming out of turn number 11. That's actually going to be your second place car. It'll be Greg Safarian in there. And then Vaccaro should be close behind him. There goes Melanie Mitchell there in the 82. She's going to finish 6th. So we'll have to keep an eye on. I did not.
Yeah, so I think I was going to say, I think we're still waiting on the 99.
Well, there he is right there. He just limped across the.
Yeah, very slowly.
Yeah. Definitely having a little bit of a problem. So.
All right, so, Brian, that's going to wrap things up for Alfas at the Glen as our last racers come through. Nick Font, Greg Safarian, Vince Vaccaro, Lon Barrett, John Rockensees, your top 5. Melanie Mitchell, Tom Raganetti, Todd Redmond moves up into 8th. Then Jeff Melvin, then Alan Mitchell, who retired early, rounding out the top 10. All right, so let's do this. Let's make a final call for the next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 3, vintage race group 3, open wheel racers. Please head to the grid. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment with more racing action here from Watkins Glen International. Please stay with us.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. the way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race time trials and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and heading out now, it's our open wheel racers, Brian, as we've got such a large field of club Fords and historic Fords and, well, Formula Fords here as well. That is the majority of our 31-plus group of qualifiers over the course of this weekend. They're heading out now for their pace lap here in their final race of the weekend. Why don't we start running down the starting order?
Yeah, this will be their 4th race of the weekend here, so a lot of track time for these guys as well. And on the short course, I had 31 drivers that went out this morning, but Greg, there's not 31 drivers I don't believe that are going to be taking the full on the grid. So we'll start from the top, get you at least to the top 15 before we get ready to rock and roll with this group, with our open wheel group. Starting on the pole in that number 3, that is going to be Jacob King. Starting in the 2nd position, that's the 0 of Tim Hannon. Robert Dussik's going to roll off 3rd. He'll be in that red 21. Daniel Panowski is going to be in that 36, and he'll roll off in the 4th position. Stefan Vapa is going to be in that blue number 97. He'll roll off in the number 5 position. Brandon Weber, who was pretty strong here on Friday, Greg, found out yesterday that he did have some electrical issues yesterday morning. That seems to be fixed. He's going to roll off in the 6th position in that black number 10. Wayne Nicolette is going to start in the 7th position in that yellow and blue number 2. Mark Clark is going to start in that number 15 machine, and he'll roll off in the 8th. Mark looks like I think he's going back-to-back races. He's going to do this one and then jump right back into the Group 4 there, Greg. So he's going to have to do a quick turnaround. Dodd Baggett's going to roll off in the 9th position in that number 75 machine. In the 10th position, the 116, Matthew Barber is going to roll off in the 10th position. Emily Ryan, she's going to roll off in the 08 machine. That's going to roll off in the 11th position. Joseph Griffin in the 23 will roll off in the 12th. Rolling off in lucky number 13, that's going to be the 1-0 run, and Alan Tossler. David Cluett's going to run the 0-1, and he's going to roll off in the 14th position. In the number 15th position, rolling off the grid there, that's going to be the 555. That's going to be Ira Nesbitt. Looks like we're going to roll down here, Greg. We're going to get the green.
Lots of rolling, Brian.
I heard the engines roar, and there we go. And I tell you what, we've seen this all the time and time again. There you see it on your screen, Greg. Jacob King not getting the start that he wanted to. Tim Henman's going to go out to the front. Yep. Jake's going to fall into 2nd right there. Robert Doucette looks like he's going to go into 3rd. But again, Jacob King not getting the start that he wanted to.
Yeah, Brian. And, we found out a couple of weeks ago over Labor Day weekend at another event that we were calling that a backup motor was put into that particular machine. As I'm going to jump over because we've got our historic Fords now taking their green flag as they come across the line, and they're going to head down into turn number 1. And so Jake, they ended up putting in a motor that Jake's father, J.D. King, used to run for a number of years, and they think it's a little soft, a little down on power. But I think it's the 2nd motor that they've had in the car this year. Jake has had a number of fueling issues, carburation issues, and also spark issues with that car that both he and his father have put in a lot of work on, and again, showing very well today, but still a little bit off the pace, you think?
Well, I don't want to say a little bit off the pace, Greg, because if you say he's a little bit off the pace in that backup motor, that competition that's out there, they're going to be very, very angry
upset.
Because right now he's opened up by about 10 car lengths now as they come out of turn number 11 and down the start-finish line over Tim Hannon and actually Daniel Panowski in that 36 machine. Is going to jump into that 2nd position. So if I'm the competition and find out that's a backup motor down on power, I'd hate to see what that top motor is.
Well, Brian, it's a good thing that we're across the track about 300 feet up in the air, and we have a lock on our door, so I think we'll be okay.
Tell you what, that competition's going to be awfully angry when they find out.
That's all right. We'll just
got that
when they ask, I'll say Brian said it. He's right over there. That's right. As they come down the back straight here and heading into the bus stop, and Brian,
Tim Hannon, these two are going to go at it. Yeah. I think this entire race, Tim Hannon, a lot of experience in this class, a lot of experience just overall in general. I raced against Tim Henman, kind of in the karting world, so Tim Henman there, does very well at everything he races.
Yeah, and so you can see there the wild effect of the draft in these Formula Fords or these old club Fords, Brian, as they do punch a big hole in the air. They may have, they look very, very aerodynamic for the early 70s.
Yes.
Where most of them did not have any kind of wind tunnel work. And so you can see even now coming up to the line, Daniel Pinowski pulling right up alongside Jake King, And looks like Pianowski could not get underneath King going into turn number 1. Let's take a look here as they come up the hill. Yeah, indeed. But nice little, looks like a 5-car breakaway with Hannon, King, Pianowski, Robert Dusek, and also Brandon Weber, who's the trailing car in that group, Brian, or he was the trailing car in that group, as we're now almost
wide.
4 wide,
Yeah.
almost 5 wide. If they could fit a 5th car there, I think they would as they come into the bus stop. But Brandon Weber ran the fastest lap of all 5 of the cars there in that very first group.
Yeah, Brandon Weber now, he's moved it up into 3rd place right there just behind Jacob King. He got one heck of a draft from those cars. When they started to fan out going through there, Greg, that ended that 0 car of Tim Hannon is going to try to make that car as wide as possible in that blue number 0 out front right now. As you can see, Jacob King's going to get back in behind. I believe that's Brandon Weber that is still going to move up into that 2nd spot. So King's going to be able to probably utilize him to probably pull some draft if Weber wants to try to make that move on that number 0 of Tim Hannon.
All right, and so it is Hannon, Weber, King, then Pianowski and Dusek, and then right behind, and Brian, they would probably be well served if they weren't also side-by-side coming through turns 10 and 11. Wayne Nicolette and Stefan Vappo. Nicolette in the yellow with blue bottomed number 2 machine, Stefan Vappa directly behind. And I think they could, well, now it looks like Nicolette has opened up a little bit of a gap back to Vappa and also Mark Clark, that Nicolette might be able to chase this other group down, possibly.
Well, it's a very good chance that he's going to, because, again, these guys come off of turn number 1, and when they head down into turn 2 and turn 3 up the hill in the S's, then what ends up happening is they end up getting 3 and 4 wide, as you said. So he will be able to run those down because, as you mentioned as well, that big hole that comes in that air, that just is going to suck that number 2 right up to the back of them as they get moving.
All right, Brian,
in this race.
Brian, let's hold this shot for a moment, because I wanted to move just a little bit further back in the pack to Joseph Griffin and Alan Tossler that should be coming into the shot right now. There they are, and they've got Emily Ryan and Matthew Barber directly behind, and let's throw an Ira Nesbitt in the green 555 as well. But some great racing here in our Fords, really from front to the back of the pack.
Yeah, pretty good battle, like you said. You get basically 3 different packs that are doing. This is the Griffin and the Tossler battle, like you said, with a little bit further back, Barber, and now he's going to get around Emily Ryan, so move Barber up into 12th, keep Ira Nesbitt back there in 14th, so Emily Ryan dropping 1 spot on that lap back down to 13th overall.
And we've got a local caution, Brian, over at turn 1 where we've just had 2 cars go, they're a little deep into the 90, into turn 1, and it looks like they may have both pulled off. I think both of them may be done. And it sounds like there may have been some contact under braking between the 2 cars.
Yeah. Trying to see that red one there. Can't see which one that may be. Not sure if that is the 18 machine of John Yaggett in there. It looks like he may have some right front wheel damage there, Greg, up in there. So, yeah. So that's definitely.
Yeah, the word we're getting from race control is neither one are going anywhere. We'll find out. It looks like one car might be far enough offline to keep things from bringing out a full course caution, but the race control is checking with the folks at the corner station now to see if we can keep just the local caution at turn 1.
Yeah, he's definitely got some right front damage here. Looking down out our window through the binoculars, got some right front damage there. That car is definitely not going in. It's got a right rear flat tire as well. So, again, just outside of that turn 1. And then the other one, let's see if I can. Like one of them, maybe the
I think one of them is the 18 of John Yaggett.
Yeah, I think so.
And
the
possibly
81.
Yeah, I was going to say the 18, and I think also the 01 of David Cluett.
Yeah, maybe David Cluett. Yep.
Yeah. All right, and Brian, I'm starting to, based on what we're hearing from race control, I have a feeling that we are going to go to a full course caution.
We'll see. Yep, double yellow as of right now. There's the 10 there. Brandon Weber just went by the start-finish line.
Yeah, so we'll pick them up now coming down the front straight, and this should hopefully be able to deploy the safety car and pick up our leaders now as they are coming down into turn one, and there they are.
Yeah, try to get everybody slowed down as quickly as possible here so we can get out there. So now we're going to go to a black flag all. So
they're going to bring all the racers down onto the pit lane. And so, Brian, I think the big deal here is not so much the damage to the cars, but I think with one car going into the rear of the other, they want to check on the status of the drivers and make sure they're okay.
Right thing to do, and by going by that black flag all, that's really going to slow everybody down, get them down on the down in there just to double check to make sure.
Yep.
Again, the corner worker, hard to see that driver, so you don't want to, can't get a hand signal there.
Yeah, and here at Watkins Glen, and they're sending some teams over to turn one now.
Already down there.
Yeah, here at Watkins Glen, the corner workers. And a lot of it is because of the way the Armco is set up here. The corner workers can't actually get to the track surface from their stations, and so they do have to deploy those emergency services teams.
Yep.
And like we said yesterday, kind of the house rules here, when they get deployed, it's either going to be a full course caution or a black flag.
Yeah. And really what happens here, Greg, is, from a racing standpoint, this is the same situation we had yesterday in this same group, right? So some of these drivers are going to get that black flag early enough where they're going to come down into the pit lane, and that's going to put our leaders all the way into the back because they're going to be the last cars that saw it because they just came by the start-finish line.
Right.
That's where they received the black flag.
Yeah, so they've got almost a whole lap to go and complete as we watch now. There's our lead pack coming down the pit lane with Brandon Weber, Tim Hannon, Jake King, Robert Dusek, Stefan Vapa, Wayne Nicolette. Now, question is here, Daniel Pinowski.
So he already is, I believe, he is right there behind. That for some reason
our
he's
timing
dropping down.
Yeah.
Something's not happening because he is behind.
Okay,
Jake
he is there. So his transponder, for whatever reason, when it crossed over the timing loop that's on the pit lane, it didn't pick it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking down the other end of the pit lane to see if he pulled into a pit stall and maybe had a crew looking at the car, but nope, there he is.
Yep. Same thing with, I think, Stefan Vapa and Wayne Nicolette. So Wayne Nicolette, he was kind of the second group that came in. They kind of moved him over to the right. He's all the way down at the end of that line as well. So our leaders there should come back in behind. So.
All right, so again, we've got a little hard to see. I'm staying with this camera over turn one, Brian, because it shows our racers on the pit lane, and I think we've got
to the right.
Is over to the right there. And unfortunately, although our camera's moving around a lot because it is a windy day.
Yeah, the wind's
here at Watkins Glen. Let's see if the weather will actually show the wind. There you go, 15 miles an hour, wind gusts up to 17, and our little camera guy there. Does have a lot of weight behind him, let's put it that way.
He definitely doesn't look like you or I.
No, definitely not. Which is another reason why Jake King's competitors probably should not come up to see us. All right, so again, we are under full course caution here at Watkins Glen International. And as we've got the emergency services teams responding, the two cars off over at turn number one. And hopefully we'll be back to racing here in just a few moments. Should mention a couple things, Brian. We've got first off, we've got two more races left after this race here. We've got our big bore racers and sports racers. They're already on the grid getting ready, but for those that are here, let me make a call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. VRG Race Group 4, sports racers and big bore racers. That's groups 4A and 4B. Please head to the grid. VRG Group 4, sports racers and big bore racers. Please head to the grid. And then we'll have one more race after that. But also, Brian, I'm going to bring up another little screen coming up after yesterday. I don't know if anybody wants to see this, but we've got one more event on the Vintage Racer Group calendar that we will be taking part in, and that is November 14th through 16th. It is the annual Turkey Bowl at Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway. Always a very fun event. Brings out a lot of drivers that you don't normally see at the say, the Jefferson 500 or an event like this. Brings out a lot of current club racers as well.
Yeah.
VRG kind of opens up the front door to many of the local racers to come out for a swan song for the season, and we're going to be happy to bring that to you this year.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's a great event. I know I've participated in that event at least twice. Back in 2015, 2016, was able to participate in that event. Had a really good run there, and so a lot of cars that come out. So they get between 250 and close to 300. So that's a lot of cars there, and different types, of cars. Right?
And it's also a really low key event. There's not a lot of stress. There's not a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Brian, we are getting word now from Race Control that we're going to be releasing the racers back to the racetrack. We'll see how many remaining laps they have, but they are going to be released under a full course caution. And when they come by to the start-finish line, they'll get the green flag.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Greg, this is really going to put an interesting finish to this race here, as we saw yesterday as well. We're going to see it again today, where this race is going to come down, where our leaders are going to be in the middle of the pack, and then we're going to end up basically a little bit further back. So they're going to have to deal with some of that,
with these racers right
with
here,
some of these lap traffic cars, and that's going to be in their our other Formula Ford cars in the back there. So where we had that split start, they're now going to be in behind them.
Well, I think what they were trying to do, Brian, is those last cars that were ahead of our leaders, who we're now seeing come up through the S's. I think they were trying to send those cars back around to essentially almost unlap themselves, put them back to the rear end of the field.
Yeah.
So that the leaders here don't necessarily come up right to the back of them after, on the opening lap.
Yeah, sent them all along the way. You can see here that Brandon Weber kind of slowing the pace down a lot as they come up here. But yeah, that first group's already kind of
they're going through the outer loop, going down into the short chute now.
Yeah, so
there they are. So.
They will get the green. They'll get the green right away. So basically what really happens is our overall leaders with Brandon Weber, Tim Hanna, Jake King, Dusek, Vapa, Wayne Nicolette, and Mark Clark, they're going to get the green technically kind of on the backside of this racetrack.
Right. Yep. And as a matter of fact, they're just coming through the bus stop right now.
Yeah, so they're going to get it down through there. Once that green comes out, everybody will drop those double yellow flags, and we'll be back to racing. So there you can see Weber as soon as he got to the exit of that.
All right, and Brian, it is going to be a one-lap shootout here. So let's stay with the front what is the front pack. And if you look here, Brian, they are keeping them under full course caution until they get to the start line.
Yeah.
So we'll follow this group around.
Yep.
For what is going to be a one-lap shootout here for the very last, and I think the 5th open wheel race of the weekend here at VRG at the Vintage Racer Group Vintage Races at the Glen. As they come through the final corner now onto the front straight, and green flag is in the air.
I'll tell you what, great start, Greg. Great start there by Tim Hannon as he goes side by side with Brandon Weber. As soon as they got to the start-finish line, Jake King's going to turn around and try to get down underneath into turn one. Going to try and take the low side there. They may be 3 wide by the time we get up in this next picture here, Greg.
And it's pretty darn close. Actually, 2 by 2 by 1 by 1 as they come through turn 2, start to make their way up the S's. And it is 2 rows, Brian. And it looks like Jake King is going to try to push, not necessarily push, but get Tim Hannon far enough ahead so that King can come down the inside, driver's right, and we talked about the advantage you have of being all the way to the inside going into the bus stop, but sweeping across from the outside was Brandon Weber, I believe. No, actually, that was Tim Hannon in the Zero machine. As they go through the bus stop and then come down through the outer loop. So it is Hannon and it is Jake King. Shuffle Weber now back to third, but it looks like Weber has a great run coming through the outer loop as they make the run down towards turn 10.
Tell you what, he's going to try to stick it in there really, really tight. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I think Jake King's going to be able to keep up the momentum kind of on the outside, going to look to try to set up Tim Hannon as they come out of turn number 11 and down the front stretch. We'll see who's going to be able to do it. It does look like it may be Tim Hannon going to pick up the win here. Jake King going to finish second, and then Brandon Weber is going to round out your top 3. Just a reminder, Greg, our second group, they're still racing here.
That's right. They've got their last lap, so let me pick them up. They're actually, I think, coming through the bus stop now and into the short chute. So in Club Ford, it's Tim Hannon, Jake King, then Brandon Weber. Robert Dusek takes the win in HF over Stefan Vappa. Then Wayne Nicolette in Club Ford. He's going to finish 6th overall. Donald Baggett, Mark Clark. Then Alan Tossler, Matthew Barber will round out your top 10. And here they go, coming to the line, Brian. And so it'll be Matthew Barber, Ira Nesbitt, Emily Ryan, Joseph Griffin, Scott Gerber, and Dominic Vitale, your top 15. Oscar Pacheco, Andrew Stein, Daniel Finocchiaro, Daniel Pianato, and we don't know about Daniel because we think he was in that front group that he's showing a lap down, but we think his transponder just didn't track.
Yeah.
So
Panowski, I think, was in within the top 5.
Yeah. So, I was going to say, I think he ended up finishing up ahead of Stefan Vappa, so that would drop that entire field back. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final open wheel race of the day. Brian, I think they've already given the 5-minute warning, but let's make a final call for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, final call for VRG Group 4A and 4B. Sports racers and Big Bore, please head to the grid. 4A and 4B racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And next up, Brian, it is our sports racer. Oh, we'll say sports racer. And big bore cars here with VRG, with the Vintage Racer Group. It is their last race of the day. They're on the pace lap, and we're getting ready. We'll fill you in on some of the racers here once we get underway, as we don't necessarily have a full grid. And but it has been just an absolutely glorious day. Whoops, sorry about that. So far, me and my buttons. That's what I meant to push, the weather button, Brian. And there it is up on the screen. It's gotten a little warmer now. We're getting close to 80 degrees. But, as somebody who has been spending the last couple of years living in North Carolina, can I tell you what it's like to have 3 days of almost no humidity? It's just been glorious.
I've got to tell you, man, it's great. I love this type of weather. When you get up, you have to wear a long sleeve shirt. I mean, I'm still wearing a hoodie inside here, right? So pretty good. As we get ready here, we're going to double up here coming up through turn 10. And tell you what, right after that open wheel race, watch Mark Clark drive his car all the way down the pit lane, jump over out of that.
Jump over the wall after.
Get into that Swift DB5. As he's going to be your pole sitter.
Yeah, he's your pole sitter in our sole sports S2 car, sports racer. We had a couple more yesterday and had a split start because of it, but today, just a one. Everybody's starting together. Starter looks over the field, and green flag in the air as we're racing once again. And shot out of a cannon, Brian, was not Mark Clark, but Kyle Burton August in his Ford Mustang. I mean, just the torque of that, I assume it's a small block, 351, just absolutely on it as he goes and leads the pack now up the hill and up through the S's here. And look at the rear end as he's still trying to get some heat in the rear tires of that Mustang, Brian. The rear end just dancing around from left to right as it loads up through the S's.
Yeah, I tell you what, you talk about it right there with Mark Clark. He didn't get that start. I think he was still trying to get, kind of situated in the car there.
Right.
Kind of came through.
He might still be strapping his helmet in, for all we know.
Well, he never took the helmet off when he got out of that car. He saw him walk over there. But, definitely not the start that he wanted. And, Kyle August there just really kind of took off, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
And I'll tell you, also taking off Kurt Uzbey in the red Chevron, the 69 Chevron, who's now nose up right now on Mark Clark as they make the run down to turn 10. And great start there by Uzbey.
Yeah, I tell you what, Uzbey saw him pick up the win earlier today in the other group. I got to love that Ford Mustang coming around that turn number 11.
It does sound
all
good.
Sideways out and everything else. So, you got Uzbey there right getting there. Mark Clark going to get by him right there at the start-finish line. Then you got to go Joseph Buzetta in that 16 machine coming through there, picking up some pace there. In this race here, Greg. So again, some of these drivers getting take a couple laps here, get some heat in these tires for these cars. This is the first time these cars have been out since earlier this morning. Give a nod to the number 98 there. Scranton's own James Penato.
Jimmy P had some issues with that BTCC car yesterday. So great to see it back out on track here today. And yeah, you and I. Jimmy very well. He's a character. He's a great guy. Love to see him up here, and I'm more happy to see him get some success and get that car back out on track.
And he will tell you he is Scranton's own James Penato.
That is.
He will tell you that.
Whereas the Washington D.C. is disowned me, and Charlotte won't call me their native son.
They're not allowed. You're not allowed to be called their native son.
That is true. I'm not native. Damascus, Maryland's own Greg Ginsburg.
That's
there
it,
you
right?
go.
Tell you what, Greg, as we look here at the start-finish line, and we're getting a surface flag here at the start-finish line, I think.
I think that, actually, we'll see how much longer that's up, Brian. I think that was up at the start of the race as well, and actually had to do with the incident from the prior race.
Yeah, I think maybe just for a lap or two. I think he'll keep that up there. So I think probably took the green flag and the surface flag all at the same time.
All right, now jumping up to the lead, getting around Kyle August, is Mark Clark in his Swift DB5.
Yeah.
Even with that great start from August, I didn't expect him to stay up in the lead with that DB5 for very long.
Tell you what, Greg, we've got one car down there. I believe that is going to be Brian Cantel in that 46 in that Chevrolet Corvette. Went around for a spin there in turn number 1. So again, that white and purple Chevrolet Corvette 46 of Brian Cantel has gone around, but he has continued.
He has continued. Yep.
Again, you had Joseph Fagola coming up behind him as well in another Corvette, in that 69 Chevrolet Corvette as well.
All right, so that allows us to stay green here for the majority of the course. Yeah, and the word coming in is that it was the 4.6 of Brian Cantel, but he is back underway. He was running at the end of the last lap, 10th overall, as you said, just ahead of Joe Folia.
Tell you what, Greg, let's go and turn down into turn number 1 here, because we've got actually a really good battle. There you see it there. That's Joseph Buzetta and Kurt Uzbey, both in those chevrons. One's in the B16, so Uzbey in the B16, and then Buzetta in the B19. So one's a 71, one's a 69. So again, different years in those chevrons, but those two cars battling it out right now.
And also, besides obviously 2 or 3 years extra development, big differences here, Brian, as you can see that we've got the open top for the B19 chassis, the 71 car, with the closed canopy for the 69.
Yeah.
And so big differences in aerodynamics, certainly, for those two machines.
Yeah, no, absolutely. put those things kind of in a wind tunnel and you've got that open top, that thing's just going to hit, just going to kind of suck down in there in that driver compartment as our 46 car is down on pit road right now. We'll see if he continues. Looks like he's going to go back out, but definitely from that spin earlier on. But yeah, you got that wind there that comes through, and then you end up with going over the top of Utspe's car as that goes all the way over.
And then it lands right into the cockpit. No, he doesn't have the T-tops open. Glenn Every in his C3 Corvette, the red and white 69.
He's the one who's feeling the air as they go by the start finish line. When Kurt goes by and comes down the front stretch, or when they get back there on the back stretch there in that chute right before you get to the inner loop.
And, I'll tell you, I mean, there is nothing I love more than watching these C3 Corvettes, and I think they're just about to come up on, is that the Cantel machine that they're coming up on? I think,
Cantel just left pit road.
Okay, so I think they had Cantel's car, that they're going to work around. But look at this. We got red and white. We got white and red.
Red and white, white and purple.
Yeah.
Both Corvettes. Could be worse. Could be two white Porsches, and we call out the Porsches. Can't figure out which one's the white one.
All right, so Cantel now, exactly. The
Cantel right
white
there.
And purple. Yeah, it looks. It isn't until you get closer to our camera that it actually comes across as looking purple there. But good to see Cantel back out there.
Yep. Good to see David LeBrun back out here, too. Remember,
yes.
The last time we saw him, the last time the camera saw him, it was just nothing but a big old white cloud of smoke that went in there. So David LeBrun out there in that BMW, that M3, in that number 47, sitting right now in that 6th position overall.
All right, as we're watching right now, that is, I believe that's Greg Smith in the Ford Mustang. Let's see if I can get some information on him now, as he's going to be coming across the start-finish line, if I can find it. The start-finish line, that is.
It's right outside your window.
Yeah, that is true. There he is, going down in the third one. Now you tell me.
Mm-hmm. It's been there all weekend.
Yeah.
James Pinato crossing the start-finish line. I saw that car yesterday. Had no idea that was Jimmy's car.
Yeah, well, so we've known Jimmy for years racing an E30 M3, blue and purple and what have you, racing it in the STU class, or probably in the SPU class, which is a region-only SCCA class. But this is a true British Touring Car Championship machine.
Yep.
Nice to see it out in 1988 vintage. Again, a chassis he knows well. It's an E30, but the fact that it is a BTCC car, and let me see if we can pick him up again with that car. That is not him in the red.
It's probably, that is him right there. That was just going through the inner loop.
Okay, let's.
So we'll pick him up.
There he is. Loop. I got him.
Right
there he is.
Yep, there it is.
So not like his typical the race car that he's raced for a number of years, which was not stock but stock-ish. The E30 that he was racing, and this car here got quite a bit of the go fast parts there. So good to see him racing, and I'm again, as I said before, so happy to see him getting an extended run on this car.
Yep. Still has his purple helmet on, though. That is for sure. Definitely not going to give up his purple helmet.
Yeah, a matter of fact, he sent some information about the car, Brian, here. Let me see if I can get back up to him here as he just came through.
He's probably just going now, getting ready to climb up the top of the hill there.
Well, there he is.
Oh, right there.
Yep. So it was a ProDrive built car, and Frank Sittner won the BTCC Drivers' Championship in this car. And there we go. Here he comes. Back in 1988, and then it was owned by Roy Kennedy Racing after that. And let's see if he has some information. He says the livery now is the same as the livery it was raced under back in 1988 when it won the championship.
Yeah, good battle right behind him as well.
Okay, we'll stick on this
Devin
camera then.
Gierdra and Greg Smith. You were talking about Greg Smith in that Ford Mustang. Devin in that number 71, that Datsun 240Z. Those guys have been kind of nose to tail right there behind Jimmy.
Here they come.
Pretty much, and here comes our leader, our overall leader. That's going to be Mark Clark, going to go through both of going to go around both of them. Don't want to say going to go through both of them.
No.
Going to go around both of them.
Just like you don't say he hit the back of the pack,
Well,
Brian.
yeah, that is true. Depends on who you're talking about. Sometimes that literally does happen.
Hit the pace car, Mike Collins.
Again, Mark Clark there kind of checked up a little bit going through there, not really wanting to or needing to pass them, but picking spots right there. That Mustang, Greg Smith going to give way to that leader. Now he's going to turn around and try to run Devin Gierdra back down in that number 71. That's a battle for 8th and 9th place kind of overall there. So, as I mentioned, Joseph Folia in that number 50 machine, he only completed 3 laps, so looks like he has pulled off either somewhere or went back to the paddock.
We've already had our fill of blue cars, Brian. We couldn't have one more. As we watch the Datsun. Gosh knows, as much as I love a C3 Corvette, it's hard to see Joe Folia's dark blue Corvette.
Yeah.
Actually, another great Mustang that we have out on course here, and that is, of course, I think that was Kyle Burton August.
Yep.
Heading down the front straight. So he is, and again, we did not expect this 199 Mustang to be able to keep up with the Swift. But it's so great to see it. Kyle's car here. Let's see if I get some information on this car. I don't have. He said the car was a parts bin drag car. Now we know why it had such a great jump off the gate.
Now we know why he's got great straight line speed and a jump off the start.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So it's a parts bin drag car, but he won his first ever race at Watkins Glen driving a Formula V here on the short course. With SVRA back in 2022.
Yeah, it looks like we've got the 66 there, Greg.
Another blue
Greg
car.
Smith, that is definitely well off the pace. Came off turn number 11 and basically now it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that turn down into turn 1. He may have a flat tire as he's definitely parked on the exit there kind of turn 1. You can see it there come through the camera.
And that's great. He's going to try and park it behind the tire wall there.
Yeah.
And again, so that these racers can continue with their race. Good heads-up driving.
Yep. Thought he may try to get down into that one. And then we've got the other car, the 46 car up here in turn number 5, in between the bus stop there, just over on the driver's right, driver's left. Looks like he's going to back up. That's going to be Brian Cantel. So Brian Cantel having numerous problems with some of these turns. Really, that car spinning around again one more time as Joseph Brusetta is going to come up along the back end of him as well.
Should we call that Corvette the Purple People Eater?
Well, I was going to say these corners are becoming the Corvette Purple People Eater.
Yeah, and that Corvette apparently it's got logbooks all the way back to 1972, where it was a B-Prod racer, and said the car was sitting in a museum for 28 years before Cantel got the car, and it looks like he might be trying to limp it back to the pit lane. He's definitely off the pace there.
Yeah, he's been off and on pit road a couple of times as well.
Yeah.
But
he's poking all the way inside, hugging the curb in there. He's going to come down to the pit lane.
Definitely having some problems there as Glenn Every goes by him as well, trying to get around him as he went into the pits. I was keeping an eye on that Joseph Brusetta, Kurt Utzpe battle. That still is there. That's only about a second now. So Kurt trying to reel Joseph Brusetta in there. So, but Greg, I'm hearing that the next time Mark Clark in that Swift DB comes by, he's going to get the 1 to go, as it looks like he's just now coming out of turn number 10, headed into turn number 11. So Mark Clark is definitely going to get one more lap right here for this race.
All right, Brian. So as he is working his last lap, let's make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Grid's looking a little sparse there. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. VRG race group number 5. That's for our U2 and tin top racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Your race, our final race of the weekend, is next.
I hope we get more than 5 down there. Hope not everybody left. As Mark Clark starts to work up the backstretch, Greg, here, going to go through the inner loop one more time. Take that Swift DB. Kind of swings it out a little wide there. Figured he'd be a little bit tighter in there.
Yeah.
Through there, but as this race has continued on, really just trying to keep as consistent as possible.
Well, and also with, as he's working his way through here, and, we obviously are seeing a much different style of racing in the bus stop in particular compared to some of the tin top cars, some of the big bore cars, with such a stiffly sprung low car like that. You certainly want to keep it off a lot of this curbing, as we've got a couple of racers, Brian.
David LeBrun going to take the pit
coming
road
to the
before
pit road.
the end of this lane.
All right, so checkered flag is out for Mark Clark in his 1990 Swift DB5. And as he comes to the line, this would be as good a time as any for us to bring up our timing and scoring, Brian, now that the race is over. Let's pick up, I think we just saw August go through the final corner. He should be coming onto the line here in just a moment. There you go. As Burt and Kyle August will finish second overall. Joseph Buzetta in his Chevron. Let me see if I can track the Chevron down.
Should be coming out of turn number 11.
11 right now on the straight. Yep, here he comes. All right, and there is the first of the 2 Chevrons. That is Joseph Buzetta, and following very closely behind Kurt Uzbey in the red B16. Glenn Every in his Corvette, the red and white machine, not the purple one. And then James Petnato, Jimmy P, finishing 6th in his BTCC BMW M3. Devin Gidra in the blue 240Z Datsun with the E30 M3 of David LeBrun, and then the Ford Mustang of Greg Smith, as we mentioned, finishing a couple laps down as he pulled off over by turn number 1. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our big bore race, Brian. And as we said, that leaves us with just one more race today. It's going to be our Trans Am 2.5 U2 Tin Top Racers, race group number 5, here in just a moment. We ask y'all, please stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is, and it almost was, the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And Brian, after, I lost count, 17 yesterday, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, after 25 races, we now come up on the 26th and final race of the weekend here for the Vintage Racer Group. It is the U2 Tin Top race. And Brian, so this is how we started our day off with these racers, at least on the VRG side, with these racers taking to the track because they didn't have their final race of the day yesterday on the long course. It looks as though one and done was the mantra for a lot of the racers in this race group, as we have now, let me see, how many fingers do I have? Forget fingers, how many cars do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I think I've got them here. It's Jeff Downing, in the 466 machine. It's Bradley Price. He's in the number 27 car. Second in the line there. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Downing in a BMW 2002. Price in an Alfa GTV6. Then we have the Datsun 510 of Peter Bauer. Lovely car. I met Peter at Summit Point at the Turkey Bowl a number of years ago when he first debuted that car. Then we've got Steve Herschenreiter. Steve is running in that red BMW 325 IS. Oh, and I just missed him through the outer loop. Sorry about that, everybody. Herschenreiter. Then we got Craig Lazinski, who is in a BMW 2002. And then we've got Dylan Ryder, who we just saw a few moments ago. Dylan, in his Alfa GTV6, will make up the outside of row number 3.
At least we think it's Dylan Ryder, because no transponder didn't go out and take a lap during qualifying this morning with this group. So again, not sure if that's Dylan Ryder in there or not, but he was definitely in it before. We think he's going to be in it again.
Yes. The D stands for Driver X.
That's it.
As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Jeff Downing. Starter looks over the field, Brian, and green flag is in the air. Race number 26, vintage race number 26 at the Glen is underway as our racers start to make their way down towards turn 1 for the very first time. Brian, and I understand that the time limit on this race is 2 hours.
Wow.
For an hour and 15 minutes.
Are you running an enduro?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
if you stuck around for race 26 for the U2 and Tin Tops, you get an enduro.
Exactly.
See what you missed by leaving early.
Exactly. That is how we reward these last races. Wow, taking a quick look underneath Brian there. Bradley Price in the 81 Alfa GTV6 looked like he was going to try to go around the outside of Jeff Downing. When I say the outside, that would be drivers left coming through the S's, and did not get that done. And as they come down under braking into the bus stop chicane, he is going to take over the lead from Jeff Downing, move the BMW back to second, and then we've got the car that we think is driven by Dylan Ryder, the second of the Alfas. He slides now into third position, and it looks like he's looking to take another position, take that away from Jeff Downing, and move up in the second.
I'll tell you what, Bradley Price, when he came up through the backstretch back there and going into the turn number 5, into that bus stop, really went far driver's left and kind of shot across the front of the Downing machine there, but didn't think he was going to make that stick, but he did. He's got that car reeled in right now. We'll see whether or not, if that is Dylan Ryder, see if he can chase him down, because Dylan was pretty quick in the Alfa race, made up a lot of ground after starting shotgun on the field. Again, starting shotgun on the field here as well, so we'll see if he's able to get in there. Remember, he was the one who had that spin at the end of the race, Greg, over there in turn number 10.
Well, he's now opened up about 25 car lengths or so. He is a mechanical engineer. And Brian, here's the interesting note for Dylan Ryder, is that apparently this is his first race weekend ever.
Oh,
yeah,
very nice. Well, I'll tell you what, he's doing very, very well for his first race weekend ever. Again, throw out the spin that he had earlier on, and I think that may have been a product of him trying to get through some lap traffic and trying to fight for the same spot to pick up another position there that didn't work out. But Dylan Ryder doing very, very well here at Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen, not an easy track to be able to come out here
It's
in your very first
intimidating.
race. I mean, you can get on simulators nowadays and get that run. And try to get that feel, but there's just nothing like actually getting into a race car and trying to really get that feel.
And so apparently he and his father started doing track days about 5 years ago. And Dylan had been working quite a bit on Dad's Alfas. But again, the first race weekend for him. But so he may have been here before, I would assume so. He's out of Ontario, New York. And so this would probably be the closest major race course to him. But still, coming out to the Glen, and, I think rightfully so, as we've seen how some other cars have made it or not made it through the weekend. It is a very intimidating race course to have those blue bushes, as they call them, lining the track surface just a couple of inches off the pavement. You know what could happen if you get it wrong.
Yeah, nope, absolutely. And again, transponder not picking up here, so but that is Dylan Ryder in that second place behind Bradley Price. Tell you what, good little battle here, and knowing that you only have 6 cars on, you should be able to get every car on your screen here, Greg. Between Peter Bauer and Hirschenreiter, tell you what, that's a pretty good battle in that 511, that 220. Again, that Datsun and that BMW. So.
Yeah, indeed. There they go again. As the
Bauer,
BMW,
sorry, Downing and Bauer. Excuse me.
Yeah, I would say as Downing, who started at the front of the field here. Whoops, and I'm going to miss him going through the bus stop if I don't hurry up. There they are. Who started at the front of the field, and he's dropped back a little bit, but still great run for him. As Hirschenreiter is in the red E30 BMW directly behind that pair. Hirschenreiter has been running racing now for 12 years. In that beautiful actually, I don't think he's been racing that BMW for 12 years, but he has been racing for 12 years. He's been, for the past number of years, been racing in AER, the American Endurance Racing Series, as part of a 4-man team.
Yep. Again, Bradley Price going by the start-finish line here down into turn 1, Dylan Ryder. And it's hard to tell whether or not he's closing that gap, Greg, but it does look like, if I look out the window based off of not having that transponder hooked up or not being read in that number 21 or 29, does look like he is closing the gap. So as we get here against Bradley Price, it could be a good battle to the finish here, down for that top 2 spots, as well as the Jeff Downing and that Peter Bauer machine here. Those cars look like they're pretty much evenly matched as well in that Trans Am class. With the heading up there, and Bauer getting a good run up the hill. Looks like he started to make that peak to the right there over Downing, just to let him know, hey, I'm still here, haven't gone anywhere. Let's see what we can do when we get down into the to the inner loop here, and that's where Downing opens up a little bit, basically on every single lap.
Yeah, it looks like he gets a little bit better rotation, and I think that BMW also quite a bit bigger motor than the 510 has, and it's got a little bit more torque coming off the line. Downing out of Boalsburg, Pennsylvania, 5th year racing, and again, nice to see him out here. This is a car that he built himself. He bought the chassis back in 2022, and after about 2 years of building it up, debuted it just last year.
Okay, so it's got a pretty good full year racing on that chassis.
Yeah, and this is like turning into all the characters of my youth. We talked about Fat Albert earlier, and I need a hamburger, and so I don't need the Hamburglar. Actually, the nickname of his car is Grimace.
Okay. It's got the McDonald's theme there. I wonder if he drives that car through the drive-through when he's done here and go down the road in town. And I think the McDonald's there has a drive-through, or you can go through the Arby's there in the Walmart parking lot.
Right.
And get one of those.
Exactly. But both he and Bauer, they look very, very well matched. Bauer might have a little bit more in the way of legs than the BMW when they get out of the outer loop, also when they come up through the S's here. But you notice not quite close enough, so he tucks back into the draft. But certainly the BMW has a little bit more grunt coming out of the slower corners. And also, especially here at the bus stop, you can see it definitely rotates, I think, a little bit better than the 510.
Yeah. One driver we haven't really talked about a little bit further back there. Yeah. That's the 381 Craig Lisinski as well out there on the track there. And that 1976, that BMW, and that orange number 381 right there come through the bus stop. Again, ran pretty well earlier in this machine. Watched him this morning. Didn't get the run that he kind of wanted from a lap time perspective. And I think that was because when they came up in the line, was kind of in battle in some traffic again early this morning. But looking at his lap time from where he qualified for this race to what he is doing now, Greg, he shaved off almost 6 seconds a lap with his fastest lap going 1:43.906. Qualified that car in a 1:48.328.
Wow, so again, almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, five and a half seconds off there. We'll see what this lap's going to be, because the last lap on lap 4 was his fastest. There's a 1:43.670. So getting faster every single lap with that BMW is Craig Lisinski in that 381 machine. Taking a look a little bit forward there, getting ready to go into the inner loop there. I think Peter Bauer is going to get by Jeff Downing in that 511 machine. They may have already gone.
They're coming down the back straight now. We're going to see him come into view here.
Yeah.
Now, indeed. And so Peter Bauer in the 510. And Brian, I've seen this car up close, like I said, when it was first debuted. It is. And now coming down underneath them is Bradley Price. Nice little move.
No, that's Downing.
That's Downing, pardon me, as they come down and go through the outer loop. But that 510, it is a piece of work.
Yeah.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
Well, not only are they battling, but now, Greg, if we go down into turn number 1, you can watch this coming out of here, but down into turn 1 here, you've got Dylan Ryder right on the back bumper. You can just see the tops of the cars as they go through. We'll catch him coming up the hill here. You can see Dylan Ryder right on the back bumper of Bradley Price. This is going to be a great battle down to the end here. Again, not sure the times that Dylan Ryder is turning in. Bradley Price last time went 1:35.5. Dylan Ryder's picking up about half a second, so I would assume he's in that mid to 134 ranges as they're going to come up the hill there. And again, they're going to go side by side into the inner loop there, getting ready to come in. We'll see who's got the preferred line, but I think Dylan Ryder is going to be able to propel himself by through there. So Dylan Ryder, your new leader here in that number 29 machine.
Yeah, and he runs as he came in there, Brian. He ran a little bit on the wide side through the first half of the bus stop, but was able to gather the car back up and carry a decent amount of speed out through the inner loop. Now, you'll see here as drivers leave the bus stop, leave the inner loop, they do track out a little bit more to drivers right than we saw them doing yesterday, and that is primarily so that they can lay apex that area there and get into the short chute. And it really, that line that he made through the bus stop really allowed him to accentuate that speed.
Yeah. Again, Dylan Ryder looking really, really good for someone who hasn't raced, as far as a competition race other than just, track days. So obviously, as you said, has done them here because he knows the track well. He's definitely online for this racetrack and is able to power his way through. Although Bradley Price not going away.
No.
Through there. Again, Bradley Price last time by was 136 flat. So I would assume Dylan Ryder is probably in that 135.8, 135.9 range that they from a lap time. Again, transponder not picking up for Dylan. So,
yeah, and interesting here, Brian, as they came out of the S's, and I think this is very telling, is that the white Alpha of Price there did drop back and kind of fell out of the draft going up through the S's, that area, and we've seen it all day, where the trailing car has a tendency to make up ground. And Dylan Ryder was actually able to stretch out that advantage. I thought that perhaps Price might have the opportunity to make a play going into the bus stop here. I think he carried a little bit more speed through the outer loop and into turn 10, so he made up maybe 2 car lengths. But it'll be interesting to see when they come out, and the rear end stepping out quite a bit there on Bradley Price, and that might be part of the reason is he's just not getting a good jump onto the front straight. And look at that. Just that little miscue going into the final corner, Brian, is allowed Dylan Ryder to open up, almost 5 car lengths maybe?
Yeah, that's about almost 0.3 of a second right there between those two. So looking down again, Dylan Ryder a lot faster right now as this race goes on. And again, a lot, that car, Bradley Price car, Greg, that looks like that car is getting really, really loose.
It is. Coming up through the S's there, when you really want to have some additional grip, the right rear tire just looked like it had given up the ghost for a moment there. And that is not a place where you want to have to be dialing in some opposite lock to keep the car straight. So yeah, it looks like he's having the rear end of the car starting to go away. Makes for great rotation. The problem is that the car's rotating in places like right there that you don't necessarily want it to.
Yeah, and you're actually having to wait to get back on the throttle in certain spots, right? I mean, loose is fast. We'll say that, right? I mean, that's the the telltale that you want. You want to be loose. You don't want the car to be tight, but while loose is fast, it can get a little out of control, right? And then you're having to wait on the throttle just that much longer, and that's going to help your competitor either in front of you or behind you either catch you or stretch that lead out.
All right, Brian, let's jump back, if you don't mind. I'm going to go back over to the outer loop with Peter Bauer and the Price car, the Price BMW that started on the pole.
That'd be Downing. That'd be Jeff Downing.
Jeff Downing, yeah, sorry. Did I say Price?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That started off on the pole. I'll get it right eventually here. And Bauer continues now to open up that advantage over Downing in the 466 2002.
Well, the good thing is you only got 5 minutes left to get it right.
Well, I thought they had an hour and a half.
Oh, that's right. We're going the Enduro. Forgot we were going the Enduro. Yeah, Downing's car just a little underpowered there, and I think Peter Bauer, that was a 2 seconds. And Peter Bauer, you can tell why he stretched it out, Greg. He went 2 seconds faster that lap than Jeff Downing. So Peter Bauer car starting to get faster as the race goes on. That was his fastest lap at lap 9.
So, I think we've been seeing some slightly faster lap times from these drivers primarily because they've had a lot of open air. Now, it is a lot warmer than when they went out this morning. It's now about 75 degrees. They went out for their morning session. It was in the low 60s when they went out. So big difference here. But, Brian, I'd be interested to know, as far as Jeff Downing's lap times, where they stand now compared to that morning session.
Well, he qualified kind of in the 1:39.324. That was his qualifying time. So he's right around the same time as this morning. The only difference is you've got 6 cars out here, so you have a lot of open track, as opposed to if we had all 30 cars out here. That took a qualifying time this morning where some of that congestion would have been, those times would have been a little bit slower. So again, your times are comparable to what they ran this morning, even though they have less cars out here, even though it is a little bit warmer too.
All right, let's check back in with Steve Hirschenrider. In our not ours. From looking at it, Brian, I'd like to make a claim on it if I can.
I'm sure for the right price, everything's got to run.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how we would get it home, but
this weekend, I don't know either. Well,
we've got the truck to tow it. I just don't know if we would be able to get it home. I don't know if we could be able to tow it back there.
I don't know if we'd be able to find a U-Haul to get a tow dolly or anything here on the on a Sunday afternoon.
I'll tell you what, if he makes you the right price, you can drive that thing all the way home.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure it has brake lights. I could see that it has headlights. They may not work, but we can figure that out.
That's great.
Gets through that corner really well there. I kind of like the way that car just kind of settles around that kind of up the uphill S's there. Same thing with Craig Lazinski. Both of those cars really getting right there into that center of that apex of that turn, really to take that car and make it as straight as possible through there.
All right, Brian, getting word now that next time our leader comes by, and as we've talked, that is likely Dylan, I think still Dylan Ryder, he will get the 1 to go message. Let me see if I can track him down. I think he's coming, actually, I think, is that him coming into the bus stop now?
That it is. That is Dylan Ryder right there coming through the bus stop.
We'll check back in with Mr. Ryder and our couple of Alfas here, both Mr. Ryder as well as Bradley Price.
Got up on that curb. Bradley Price getting up on that curb right there. Almost a two-wheel exit on that turn coming through there.
Well, we did say that the car was getting a little loose in the rear, Brian.
Yeah,
so,
well, he's trying to tighten it up by hitting those curbs.
I would say.
For sure.
I mean, that's actually a good strategy in a front-wheel drive car to get the rear end to rotate, but but he's already got the rear end rotating.
Yeah.
And the nose, it looks like the nose it turns in exactly where you want it. It just keeps rotating.
Again, sometimes, with the handling of your race car, you can use some of the turns and the apexes and the rumble strips to help the car turn in certain aspects of this racetrack. The bus stop being one of them. But, when you have a loose car like that, hitting that bus stop as he goes really wide there, kind of on the driver's left of the rumble strips right there, you can upset the car even worse and make the handling even worse.
Which is, I think, what we saw at turn 1.
Well, yeah, I think so. I think he really tried to get in there hot, knowing it's the last lap, really trying to do everything he can to try to catch up to Dylan Ryder, who's coming up onto Craig Lazinski in that 381. So if he doesn't pass him, which we hope he doesn't, we hope Craig gets another lap here because everybody is working their last lap that has gone by the start-finish line. Craig Lazinski would be the last one as Downing just now goes by. And then we're going to have Steve Herschenreiter, getting ready to come by the start-finish line, and he will get it. So hopefully Dylan Ryder backs it up just a little bit, but not enough to let Bradley Price
I was going to say, it's a little tough when you got somebody trailing you, but he's got about 25 car lengths back to him at this point. I don't think there's any harm in laying out, maybe shaving off a mile an hour or two.
Yeah, well, Bradley Price just went his fastest lap of this race at a 1:34.993, Greg, and that was actually almost 7 seconds faster than what he did in qualifying. So can't lay back too much.
Well, and he didn't, Brian, as he beat the 2002 to the line by about 3 feet. So that's going to not only end the race for Dylan Ryder, it's also going to end the race for Craig Lazinski.
Well, Craig Lazinski just shaved off, Greg, 7.5 seconds.
Wow.
From his qualifying time this morning until right now on that last lap.
Oh, my. That is wonderful. All right. So taking the win here today in our final race of the weekend, it is Dylan Ryder in his Alfa Romeo GTV. That's a 1984 chassis. In the slightly older 81 chassis, Bradley Price will finish second. Peter Bauer will come home in third. Bauer, as he crossed the line, Brian, turned in his fastest lap of the race at a 1:36.9 in his 1971 Datsun 510. Actually, let me double check that. Did we just... I'm looking to see, because my timing just changed here, and I'm looking to see whether or not Bauer made it across the line. Yeah, he did.
Yep.
So Bauer, and then Downing in the 1973 BMW. Steve Hirschenreiter in his 89 BMW 325 IS, the 30 chassis, and then finally Craig Lisinski. All right, that's going to wrap things up, Brian, here for racing at Watkins Glen this weekend for the Vintage Races at the Glen, along with Alfas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, as well as the BMW Car Club of America's Can-Am Challenge. Let's again very quickly put up on the screen here. You will see us. You can join us November 14th through 16th from Summit Point Raceway for the Vintage Racer Group Turkey Bowl. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you so much for joining us here this week, and thank you also for sticking with us through so many technical challenges that we had here at the track today. I hope you enjoyed the quality of today's broadcast quite a bit more, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit better. We, as we said, stayed up all night, got this all fixed up, and so, no, we did not. Glad that we were able to fix what we had to get fixed so that everybody can enjoy today. So, again, apologize for yesterday, but we were able to figure it out. And, look, Greg, we had some great racing all across the board, from the BMW all the way through all of this vintage. And good to see some of the guys that we haven't seen in a very long time, really since last year, out here running. And we look forward to seeing everybody hopefully come down to Summit Point in November.
Yeah, so let me make just a couple final thank yous. I want to thank Michael Lawton from Vintage Racer Group, as well as Muriel McMullen from BMW Car Club of America for bringing us in again this year. And I want to thank you all so much for watching. So please stay safe, and we'll see you in November.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. the way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.